Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. But today's how to watch video, Stormers versus Connacht, the first semi-final of the 2022-23 URC is on Saturday at the DHL Cape Town Stadium. The good news is that both semi-finals are being shown on a free-to-air broadcaster. You can catch Stormers versus Connacht live on TG4, which is a a free panel that is available for anyone that's located in the UK and Ireland. If you're outside the territories, you can still watch the channel, but you have to use something called a VPN. Now, before we show you exactly how to watch it, and lots of people, I think I had about almost 10 or 11 people using this last week and for the first time, and talking about how the fact that it was so easy and it works to be able to watch those quarterfinals. So don't miss any of the semi-final action. First things first, you got to download a VPN, which is a virtual private network. Basically, that will geolocate your device to make it seem as if you are in a different location. And so in this circumstance, you'll be able to make it seem as if you are in the UK or Ireland. So you're going to download ExpressVPN, link in the description. That is the one we recommend using because it's tried, tested, and worked. And it's going to look something like this. Once you downloaded it, and by the way, I recommend getting the 12-month subscription. First of all, you'll get an extra 3 months free. We also do videos on how to watch Rugby Championship and the entire Rugby World Cup on a free-to-air broadcaster. So get yourself ExpressVPN and you can watch the entire World Cup for free. Once you've downloaded, you're going to go to that little 3 dots on the right. That's going to bring up a list of locations, and you're going to choose either Ireland or the UK. I've currently got to connect to Ireland, and then you're going to go to the link in the description to TG4, and hey presto, you literally just go there, you go and you watch it, and there it is. I've got sound going over here at the moment, some random cartoon going on. It is an Irish language channel, so the commentary will be in Irish, so we recommend just throwing it on and then coming and watching our watch along. I'll be right for both URC semi-finals this weekend, so you can come and join me and get on all the action. If you have any questions, put them down in the comments below. Apart from that, check our description for a step-by-step guide. It's got all the links you need to be able to watch all the action live. Don't wait until kickoff to suddenly panic and not know what to do to be able to watch the game. It's really easy. As I said, if you have any questions, put them in the comments below. But apart from that, we will see you this weekend. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen, and I'll chat to you soon. And we are live. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. It is a Monday. It's a pretty miserable day over here in Jovi. I think winter has almost firmly arrived. In fact, we had an absolutely ridiculous hailstorm last night. My entire bloody house flooded. So that's how much fun we're having in Johannesburg. But today we're going to have a lot more fun than what I was having last night. And we are going to be continuing our Springbok Rugby World Cup squad selection process, where you guys, the fans, are going to be choosing your Rugby World Cup squad. As you can see, we currently have 8 players on the plane to France. We've got 3 hookers and we've got 5 props. Today we're going to be adding 4 locks to the squad. And it'll be interesting to see whether they're the exact same locks that went last time, whether we see, maybe locks in different roles, or whether we see certain locks maybe not going, maybe some other locks going. It's an interesting position in the Springboks because as a team that really enjoyed to deploy a 6-2 split, we're a team that played 4 locks throughout the entire Rugby World Cup in 2019. So in that sort of circumstance, within that sort of formula and that model, this is a very important position. And as I say, what was interesting is that last World Cup, we took 4 locks and played all of them basically the entire time. Will this be a similar sort of situation? Are we going to see is Frank Mostert, for example, considered a lock? Is he considered a loose forward these days? He's playing a lot in the number 7 jersey. The Springboks will call him a utility forward, and so it's difficult for us, to sort of really decide our sort of makeup of the squad, considering the fact that do we consider players utility forwards? How many utility forwards do we take, for example, and how do we pull the squad up? So basically, how we've been doing this is we've been sort of basing it on the 2019 Rugby World Cup squad format, and then we've got space for an extra 2 players because there are bigger squads. So, as a result, basically what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing our next episode on Wednesday. That will then be our loose forwards, and at the end of that, of our loose forwards, we will then be adding an extra additional forward. As I said, it was a 31-man squad back 2019. It will be a 33-man squad for France this year. So an extra 2 spots are available The question is, who will take those extra 2 spots, and what sort of positions will they take it as well? So in 2019, we took Luat Dagi, Eben Etzebeth, Franco Moss, and Archer Snyman. We then took 5 loose forwards in Grant Muir and Quagga Smith, Francois Circulis, and Peter Steff to Toy. So if you look, for example, the final, the only players not involved in all the ones just mentioned over there was Quagga Smith, actually, because Khaleesi, Peter Steff to Toy, and Grant Muir all started. Francois came off the bench. We had 2 locks starting, we had 2 locks on the bench. So it's interesting when you think we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We had 9 players across, lock and flank, and 8 of them were all involved in the final. I think Quagga Smith the only one that wasn't involved, and I think that he will be involved this year. To be honest, when we start to look at our final 23s, so it's an interesting decision in terms of the makeup of the squad and how we sort of go about that. The big one for me is deciding what to happen with Archer Snyman, because he has not played. He's not played for South Africa, I think, since the World Cup, potentially. And he's just, because he obviously had the burn and stuff like that. So I actually don't think he has played for South Africa since the World Cup. So, we're now talking about having, I think, 6 games before the World Cup. Do we risk taking him? Do we risk do we risk him coming back into international rugby? The last time he did play for Springboks, was that World Cup final back in Yokohama. So he hasn't played an international rugby match in 4 years. He's barely played this season, and he's starting to come back and looking pretty good. He's looking a lot better, but it's taken him a long time to come back. The probably big sort of question mark over is, if you take him and he breaks down, is there a viable replacement? Who is the viable replacement? And I think last year, at the end of the year, we wanted to try and see what Jason Jenkins was all about. Last couple of years, we wanted to see what Salman Murat was all about. And Salman Murat has now been injured for the entire season, so it's kind of taking him out the running. Jason Jenkins wasn't particularly impressive at the end of the year last year, so I don't think he really did his sort of ambitions much good. Ruan Nokia has been around, but maybe it wasn't really sort of shooting the lights out. And Marvin Ory's actually become the next sort of go-to player. And the thing with Marvin Ory is that he won't let you down. He's a very solid player. He's a very good line-out operator. Gets through a lot of hard work rate, but he's nothing flair. It's not Archer Snyman who can bring in a big all-player game, for example, and really, really physical, gets over the advantage line. He's a physical freak. We're talking about a guy who, it stands at, about 205 or something like that? 206, and weighs 117 kgs and runs around like a backline player. So he's a very unique type of player, and I think on his day, he can be one of the best locks in the world. He hasn't played a lot of rugby. He hasn't played a lot of rugby since, he's played 9 matches for Munster, and he made the move to there in 2020. So he's been there for, this is his 3rd sort of season, supposedly his 3rd season for him, and he's played 9 matches for them. That's basically all the rugby he's played post-World Cup. So that sort of shows you how little rugby he has played in the last couple of years. But given how good he is he worth the risk? And that's what you guys get to decide. But before we do that, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel if you're new. Very cool news is that we are well and truly past that 24,500 subscriber mark. We're actually past the 24,750 mark, which means we are less than 250 people away from 25,000 subscribers, which is the big mark we want to get to before the international season. And I'd like to be at 30,000 subscribers before the World Cup. And during the World Cup, well, let's see, shall we? I really think that during the World Cup, we're going to absolutely fly, because you guys have built up a very cool community. We have got incredible plans for the World Cup. I cannot wait to start sharing with them in the next couple of months with you guys. It's going to be a lot of fun. I actually get very, I start shaking. I start tingling, when you start to think about what we've got planned for the World Cup. And I think you guys are going to absolutely love some of the coverage we're going to do. So that's going to be very cool. But to be able to do what we want to be able to do, we need your support. So if you are new to the channel, subscribe to the channel. If you are not new to the channel, turn your notifications on. If you've done all of that, smash like on the video. If you've done all of that, thanks to you. Thank you. But let's get to it, shall we? Now, a couple of very straightforward questions you know, who is the first lock in the squad. And we're going to put those 4 players into it. We're going to be putting Eben Etzebeth. We're going to be putting in Franco Mostert, who, again, is he the lock these days? I mean, they're now listed as a utility forward, but we don't really have space. We don't really have a set number of utility forwards we're taking, for example. So I'm going to put him in the lock conversation. If we don't want, we can always put another lock in, for example. If we then consider we're locked short. So I'm going to put those options in. And I believe we probably know who's going to be taking that first spot on the plane. But those are the 4 options. Now, Eben Etzebeth is currently not available. He was currently not fit, but is set to be ready for the start of the Rugby Championship in July. So he is supposedly not an injury concern as far as the World Cup and the Springboks are concerned, I suppose is the word. But yeah, so he was out for the rest of the season, but the rest of the Shark season was sort of the end of the URC, which was end of May. So he's still got now the rest of May and the full June to be able to get back to full fitness. The first game is against the Wallabies on that first weekend of July. I think it's the 7th of July it is. 8th of July. That's our first game of the season against the Wallabies at Loftus, which has sold out, by the way. Fun fact. So that is the situation with Eben Etzebeth. So he is expected to be available, as is Tia Khaleesi, who seems to be, very much in a race against time, but in a positive race against time, which is very cool. So as soon as we get more information about that, we will update you. But yes, so we've got 9 votes. We've got 60 people. I want to try and get up to sort of 12, 13 votes, people. Please do get voting. Please do go and add your 2 cents so that we can get as many people's opinions and votes and stances as possible. Because at the end of the day, this is all your guys' thing. And if you guys don't respond, then we don't have a show. We don't have a team to do. So it does require you guys getting involved here and voting in the poll. Otherwise, this entire sort of point is mute. So in the meantime, I'm going to go to some of the comments. So Judge Rock Up TV saying Archie must go. Timon Bolson says, I don't think Archie should go if he has played so little rugby. Michelle's saying he's played with most of our current blocks before and he is super fit. If he can join the camp ASAP, I think he'll fit in quickly. But one dude is saying Archie has a huge injury concern. If he is fit and has had enough game time, then he can be considered. Otherwise, Marvin Ory should be picked ahead of him. Well, my gut says I think that will be the final vote for the number 4 position. The 4th lock, not the number 4 position. Who will go between Marvin Ory and Archie Snyman. Salman Murat could come into the conversation. Ruan Akia comes into the conversation. You look at the Dan Dupree and Jean-Luc Dupree. One of them some of them can play lock. Do they come into the question? Jason Jenkins, playing for Leinster, does he come into the conversation? Any other sort of options? Ruan Akia obviously is one. Cabran Krobler's been pretty well. I think he would be on the radar. But probably, we're not going to see new locks, I don't think. You haven't been playing within the Springbok setup or SAA setup in the last 12 months, I think, being involved. So we've got 14 votes, so I'm happy to be finished there, given how dominant it is. Eben Etzebeth, shock and horror. Who would have thought? The Springbok Centurion, Eben Etzebeth, is the first name on the team sheet for our lock processes here. And he will be going to the World Cup. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? So let's go and add that, shall we? And that's up there. Right, there we go. We've got our first lock onto the plane. And so Eben Etzebeth will be going. Right, let's do that again, shall we? But I need a 4th lock to throw into the equation because we've got to do votes over 4. So who is the 2nd lock to be added to the squad? Now, we can't have Eben Etzebeth's name there. So we're going to add in Lut Diaga. We're going to add in Franco Mostert. We're going to add in, or Sos is known. We're going to add in Arceus Neyman. And then who's the other option? Are we going to put in, somebody mentioned Marvin Ory, who does seem to be playing quite a bit recently. So I'm probably going to add him in. And we can look at adding other people once we whittle down the next 2, I think. So there we go. That's the next poll. Who's the 2nd person who is potentially going to be starting next to Eben Etzebeth, for example. But right now it's more about just who's joining him on the plane. Who's going to be cramped up and he's going to be using all that leg room on the plane. We've got our tall lads in here. So Eben Etzebeth is name number 1. The question is who will be name number 2? as we start to build a 33-man squad. We've up to 9. This will be our 10th member of the squad, so almost a third of the way through. As I said, we will be completing our pack on Wednesday. Then next week we will be doing scrum halves, fly halves. Week after we will be doing centers and outside backs, and then we'll have a 33-man squad, and then we're going to be doing a whole separate episode in terms of who will start in each position, and we're going to build a 23. We'll probably have to do things like, are we going to be doing a 6-2 split? Are we going to be doing a 5-3 split? And I'm very, very keen to see how we do sort of build our, not only our squad, but then how we build our final 23. And basically, the 23, if you were to play in the final tomorrow, who starts? What's the 23 for the final? That's kind of the attitude we're going to be taking when we do that, that stream over there. Right, we've got 17 votes. See if we can get up to 20 votes before we break it down. I've got no idea how evidence recovery is going. There's been very little coming out from it. But yeah, all signs point to him being available for the box come Wallabies. Matthew Dix say we may need a wild card. Michelle saying, question, if Shayman does not get picked for the box, can he be picked for Ireland, or is he not allowed? No, he's not allowed. He doesn't qualify for Ireland at all. So yeah, it's got no links there whatsoever. So he's tied down to South Africa, so you don't have to worry about that kind of situation, for example. So he is tied to the box. Up to 17 votes. Come on, we need 3 more votes to get that 20 mark. Let's see if we can get there. Although it does look like we've pretty much got it all kind of sort of knuckled down on who's going to be going. I'd just like to see some more votes. I'd like to see more interaction from the people. There are far too many people lurking in the comments, not voting, not being involved. Which I guess is fine. Manit said, Evan, Lut, Franco are clear. So going with the same 4 that we went in the 2019 World Cup. We're up to 18 votes. I'm going to end it there because we've got a clear winner. So it looks like lock number 2 in the squad is going to be Lut de Jager. Played very good rugby. Very, very good rugby for the Boks in the last couple of years. So he becomes player number 10 in our squad as it starts to really take shape. The next thing we're going to do is I need 2 more. So we're going to do the thing. We need to replace Lut de Jager in the conversation. So Franco Mostert, who is the 3rd lock in the squad. And throw in Franco Mostert. So I'm going to need... Now this is the time. Start giving me a 4th option here, people. Arkia Sneyman is going in there. Marvin Ori is going in there. Now we need an additional option. Options include for me like a Ruan Nokia, Jason Jenkins, Darnell's now putting out a JJ from a meshed, which is very outside of pick I would say. Manat saying Ruan Nokia. Yeah, I think now Clinton saying so Jean-Luc Dupré there, Jason Jenkins then coming up, a couple of options there. I think that's a second one for Ruan Nokia. I'll tell you who I think's been playing some pretty good rugby is Ruan from Mark actually. For the Bulls, I think that he's looked really, really good, and I think that if he keeps playing like that, I think could be a very interesting option moving forward because he's getting over the advantage line. I think he's been carrying very well. He's been playing an enforcer role. 25 years old. He's 2 meters tall, 118 kg, so he's not the tallest lock in the world, but he's pretty physical. Pretty oblique that he left the Lions, but he's playing pretty good rugby for the Bulls. Yeah, nice big solid carrier and very good tackler as well. So I've got 2 nominations for Ruan from Mark, 2 nominations for Jean-Luc Dupré, to be fair. So let's know Ruan from Mark. Ruan Nokia. It looks like then Jean-Luc Dupré could be coming into the option for that final spot. So there we go. Who is the 3rd lock in the squad? That's going out there now. You guys can get voting, and again, I want to try and see if we can get to at least 20. There's no ways that's load shedding again. We haven't had power the entire bloody day. No, it's not. When do 6 to 10. I mean, what am I supposed to do with my life in a 4-hour block like that? It sucks. Tomorrow as well. 9 hours. I mean, on Wednesday, I've got 11.5 hours of load shedding. 11.5 hours of load shedding. They do not respect us in this country. It has come back, though. The good news is, so I'm not actually counting load shedding. Anyway, yeah, so we're going to name 4 locks. That is the plan. We're going to name 4 locks in the squad. And then there'll be an opportunity for us to add an additional forward once we picked our loose forward. So that could be an additional lock, for example. It could be an additional loose forward. It could be an additional prop. It could be anyone, really. That is the plan. We've got 14 votes going. Yeah, I want to get to at least 20 votes here, people. Who were the options for hooker in the last pick? I think it was Dweber, Krobler, Akafanamurva, and... I don't want to lie to you. Did we only have 3 options? I think you might have only... I think JJ Kotzer might have been there. Andre Hugo Fenter wasn't an option. So I think it was those ones. I don't even know if actually JJ Kotzer was the option. Dion Free, there we go. That's a good point. Although I kept maintaining I wasn't really treating Dion Free as a genuine hooker's option, but hey. Yeah, let's get voting, people. Let's get voting. We're up to 16 votes here. We've got 32 people, so surely 20 votes could be on the cards here. As I was saying, Franco Mosser's utility player is definitely on the plane to France, but I think we should stick with out and out locks. Well, that's the thing. So this is why I'm going with 4 locks. So, for example, if we vote Franco Mostert here or in the next 2, and we take him as a lock, we could add an extra lock in that final, that extra selection, or it could be an extra flank. So we've got options. But right now, I suppose we can treat him as a lock. And then we go from there. As in my opinion, Kovalar should have gotten it, but Dweber's really good at the moment. Yeah, I've been quite impressed with Dweber's form in the last few days. People, I'm going to be back in a few seconds. I want to go make sure that my doors close in my flat so I don't get bloody flooding. So please just keep voting, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Right, I am back. Apologies for that. But yeah, I really didn't fancy my entire blooming flat being flooded again, which happened last night. Given the fact that apparently more thunderstorms, warmings going around. I thought I would just make sure that that's all sorted. But anyway, now we can continue with things and proceedings. We got 22 votes, so I'm pretty sure I can just close it there. So we are going to end the poll there. So Franco Most is going to be the next name into the squad. And now we've got the interesting one. The title of the video, the big sort of question. Does Archie Snyman go? And this is what we're going to find out. And Matthew's saying, I rate Archie very highly, but it's hard to argue against Mostert. I just really like Snyman, so tough. Angela's saying, Marvin Ory's hard as nails. He has played pretty much the whole season. We really want durability for the World Cup. It's a long tournament. Right, well, now we can have that say, shall we? So, start your poll. Who is the fourth lock in the squad? And we have got Archie Snyman. We have got Marvin Ory. Now, we had Ruan Nokia in the last one. Do you want to keep Ruan Nokia? And do you want to add Jean-Luc Dupré or give me another option? So we've got we've got potentially 4 options. Archie Snyman and Marvin Ory are pretty nailed down. So in terms of the options. So the question is, who are the 2 additional options? I said, would you like to put in a Ruan Nokia? Would you like to put in a Brad Cobbler? We had 2 people talking about Jean-Luc Dupré. We had somebody throwing around a Jason Jenkins. I think somebody put in a JJ from the meshed. So I'm I'm putting in Ruan Nokia, and I now need 1 or 2 more nominations. But I need more than one person to add it. So to go and throw in your support behind either an existing chat or introduce a new one, and maybe people agree with stuff like that. So throw some names. Matthew's got in with Nokia and Jenkins. Anybody else backing that? So I'll put Ruan Nokia in. So now we're looking at one final name. So we've got Archie's name, we've got Marvin Ory, we've got Ruan Nokia as options. So the next question is, are we throwing in Jason Jenkins? Are we throwing in Jean-Luc Dupré? Are we throwing in Brad Cobbler? Are we throwing in JJ from the meshed? What other options are we throwing in? Give me. So we've got somebody else for Jason Jenkins. So right now he's leading the final option. We've got one person going. He's going for Brad Cobbler at the moment. But so right now Jason Jenkins has got the 2 backing. Clint's coming with a Jean-Luc Dupré. Anybody else backing a Jean-Luc Dupré option? Let me know. You guys got a minute. By right now, it's going to be Jason Jenkins as the option. 13:56. When it hits 13:57, we will. Unless there are other options which have more votes than 2, then we will be throwing in Jason Jenkins. So I'm actually going to start typing it now. If there's nobody else that pops in, then he's going to get the backing. And then we'll have 4 locks. Once again, they said on Wednesday we'll be doing our loose forwards, and then we can add that additional forwards. So if you would like to be part of that, then come and join us on Wednesday once again. The next weekend, Monday, we'll be doing scrum halves. Wednesday, we'll be doing fly halves, which is going to be a very interesting one as well. Very interested to see what people have to say about fly halves. Then we're going to be doing centers the weekend after that. And then we're going to be doing a outside back squad. And then once again, like the forwards, we'll then be throwing out a last option in the backline as well, which actually maybe it could be a forward option as well, to be fair. We'll throw that in as an option. We'll say, do you want an additional backline player or an additional forward? And you guys can decide. Maybe we want more forwards. Maybe we want more backline players. Who knows? We'll wait and see, shall we? But right, I'm still gonna go with Jason Jenkins as the option. To be fair, I don't think he's really that 4th option is really in the mix for who's gonna do it. But yeah, we've got 41 people voting. People over here, 41 people watching. Let's even get 30 votes, shall we? 30 votes would be really, really lekker. So if you guys haven't voted, please do vote. Make this interesting, and then we can start build our squad here. 2. No, looking at lots. Right, 20 votes. So you can get 30 votes. We're sure we can get some more votes than 20. Arceus Neyman right now is leading the opportunity and leading the poll. He's ahead of Marvin Ori. We're on a Jason Jacobs each with 5% at the moment. And Spiro was saying, Saif was saying, anyone remember what our front row was for the minnow pool games in the 2019 World Cup? Worried about the rotation for the big boys. May need the extra forward to be another prop. I think Thomas Toy played a bit when he replaced Trevor. Who else was one of the props that didn't? So Trevor replaced with Thomas Toy. Yeah, I think Thomas Toy played once or twice, but I mean, we only had 5 props, so genuinely it was we kind of just rotated who started and who benched. Spiro says Jenkins has no experience, or he has had way more experience. He was part of the team that beat England. He was starting, so you don't put him in the squad. That's harsh. He's in good form. Well, I mean, to say that Jason Jenkins had no experience is a bit harsh. He has played for the Springboks, albeit once. But he did play in the SAA last year. So put it this way, he has been in the setup within the last 12 months. So yeah, I mean, I think Marvin Ori has been playing really well. 20 votes here. I can't believe we get to 30 votes. Let's keep going. Dion will definitely be the extra forward. Reckons Man said we'll see her go to the World Cup. Well, they keep it. Nobody wants to make put the cock on the block and say yes, he is. But it does seem to be optimistically that he should be able to go. That's what we are hoping for. But we have to wait and see what happens in the next couple of months, are we? Problem is, it's not just it's not even just, is he going to be available in terms of like, is he going to be rugby ready? Is he going to have game time? Is he going to be able to, is he going to be in the right form, for example? It's not just as simple as, oh cool, you can pass a fitness test, therefore you should play. So it's going to be a very difficult decision to make on Sergio Lisi. We all want him to go, we need him to go, but you also don't want to compromise anything if he's not ready. Matt says management will take Ori over Sneeman. Angela says I love Prime Archie, but he has been HIA twice in the last 2 games, a little worrying. Alice says if Dion Free is included as a hooker, then it gives the selectors an extra option at lock or loose forward. Yeah, so there is sort of that way of going about things. I'll be very surprised if they do kind of go that way, but it is an option. And that's why it's going to be quite fun to when they eventually do release the squad. We're going to do a comparison and see how we fared up against what we decided and what they decided, and whether we got how close we got. 22 votes, people. Let's see if we can come. Should we get up to our 30? Please do keep voting. Make your opinion known. Let's see if we can get to 25 votes. Maybe 30 was being too optimistic. 25 votes. Come on, there, people. There are at least 15 people in that are currently watching that haven't voted in the poll. So go and watch it. Just go to the chat. Click a button. It's not hard. Those that have voted, go and smash like on the video. Try and see if we can get as many people into the chat as possible, especially for Wednesday's one. We're going to do this again. Tomorrow we'll be live for rugby news. And then this weekend we'll be live for lots and lots of rugby action. There'll be 2 URC semi-finals. We'll be live for hopefully 3 or 4 Curry Cup games. This weekend we've got Western Province versus Lions happening on... this weekend we've got Lions versus Cheetahs. That's happening on Saturday at 5 o'clock. On Friday, we've got Pumas versus Sharks, as well as Griffins versus Western Province, with Quickers versus Bulls on Saturday as well. So, yeah, we'll be live for hopefully at least 2 Curry Cup games. And then we'll be live for URC. And then next weekend, we've got the Champions Cup final, which is Leinster versus La Rochelle. The weekend after that, we'll have the URC Grand Final, which will hopefully have the Stormers in it. From a South African perspective, we want to try and see a South African team in the final. Right, 24 votes. I'm going to end it there because you guys are... Yeah, well, we've got enough votes, and I think Arceus Neyman's done enough. He's done enough. So at this stage, Arceus Neyman is going to the World Cup, according to you guys. According to you guys, the fans. And there we have it. We've got 12 people now in the squad. We're going to be adding 5 loose forwards to that on Wednesday. So that'll take us up to 17. And we'll be adding an additional forward up to 18. So by Wednesday, we will have 18 out of 33 selected. Well more than half the squad. And then we will then do the backline players Next week, we'll start with scrum halves, which we're going to be selecting 3. Fly halves, we're going to be selecting. I think we only took 2 fly halves, to the last World Cup. We had a utility back, so I think maybe if you look at a third fly half option, unless Damien Williams has considered a fly half option, which I think he genuinely is actually by Springboks management, given the fact he did play there in the end of year tour. Does Moy Liebach get an opportunity, for example? Well, we have to wait and see. But there we go, people. Thank you very much. That's been another Springbok Rugby World Cup squad selected. That's how our tight 5 is looking. We've got hookers, we've got props, we've got locks. Now we need the 3 back row as well, the 5 back rows that will make up the final 3 back rows. So we need to decide that in the next couple of days. That'll all be live on Wednesday, so we'll see you guys then for that. In the meantime, hopefully you guys will subscribe to the channel as well. A couple more videos coming your way. And yeah, we will see you guys tomorrow for some rugby news. Please do keep well, please do keep safe, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. But today's how to watch video, Stormers versus Connacht, the first semi-final of the 2022-23 URC is on Saturday at the DHL Cape Town Stadium. The good news is that both semi-finals are being shown on a free-to-air broadcaster. You can catch Stormers versus Connacht live on TG4, which is a live a free panel that is available for anyone that's located in the UK and Ireland. If you're outside the territories, you can still watch the channel, but you have to use something called a VPN. Now, before we show you exactly how to watch it, and lots of people, I think I had about almost 10 or 11 people using this last week and for the first time, and talking about how the fact that it was so easy and it works to be able to watch those quarterfinals. So don't miss any of the semi-final action. First things first, you got to download a VPN, which is a virtual private network. Basically, that will geolocate your device to make it seem as if you are in a different location. And so in this circumstance, you'll be able to make it seem as if you are in the UK or Ireland. So you're going to download ExpressVPN, link in the description. That is the one we recommend using because it's tried and tested and worked. And it's going to look something like this. Once you downloaded it, and by the way, I recommend getting the 12-month subscription. First of all, you'll get an extra 3 months free. We also do videos on how to watch Rugby Championship and the entire Rugby World Cup on a free-to-air broadcaster. So get yourself ExpressVPN and you can watch the entire World Cup for free. Once you download it, you're going to go to that little 3 dots on the right. That's going to bring up a list of locations, and you're going to choose either Ireland or the UK. I've currently got to connect to Ireland, and then you're going to go to the link in the description to TG4, and hey presto, you literally just go there, you go and you watch it, and there it is. I've got sound going over here at the moment, some random cartooning going on. It is an Irish language channel, so the commentary will be in Irish, so we recommend just throwing it on and then coming and watching our watch-along. I'll be live for both the URC semi-finals this weekend, so you can come and join me and get on all the action. If you have any questions, put them down in the comments below. Apart from that, check our description for a step-by-step guide. It's got all the links you need to be able to watch all the action live. Don't wait until kickoff to suddenly panic and not know what to do to be able to watch the game. It's really, really easy. As I said, if you have any questions, put them in the comments below. But apart from that, we will see you this weekend. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen, and I'll chat to you soon. And we are live. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport for today's World Cup selection show. It is time to finish the pack. It is time to get up to more than halfway in our World Cup squad builder. And as you can see over there, we've got a tight 5, we've got hookers, we've got props, we've got locks. Today we are going to be doing our loose forwards, and very interested to see if there are going to be any surprise picks. And also, we'll be able to add in a third and an extra forward player who will be taking up that extra spot that we do have in the squad, courtesy of the fact that there are bigger squads this World Cup than last World Cup. Last World Cup was a 31-man squad. This year we've got a 33-man World Cup squad. So basically what's going to be happening here is we are going to be doing a vote to try and get 5 loose forwards. And then we're going to be deciding on an extra forward to add to the squad. So we are 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 will all be taken, and then we're going to be looking at an 18 member, and that could be anybody. That could be a prop, it could be a hooker, it could be a utility forward, it could be a flank, it could be absolutely anybody. So that's going to be the vote right at the end. And then we'll have our pack. We will have our forwards. And then from next week we're going to be doing scrum offs on Monday, fly offs on Wednesday. Week after that, we'll be doing centers on Monday and wings or outside backs on the Wednesday. And then on the Thursday, we will be doing a final sort of 23 builder from the squad we have chosen. And then we have to sit and wait and find out how close we have gotten to the final squad that will be announced by the streamer management later on this year. It'll be in August. We'll be when the World Cup squad is announced. However, there should be a Springbok squad announcement hopefully happening sometime in May. So, yeah, there are 2 Springbok camps that are happening in May. And for a further one in June before they really start their sort of big preparations for the Rugby Championship, stuff like that. So interesting to see how that sort of goes. We did do a video on the Springbok camp that is currently the players who've been invited to that Springbok camp, which is happening later this month. Doesn't feature any Stormers players, for example, because obviously they are still playing in the URC. No Premiership players, no top 14 players, because they are still playing in their season. Yeah, and then no Japanese players who are currently playing in playoff rugby and stuff like that. So any players who have finished their season, they've been invited to the lineman camps. Players that are not, have not. Shock and horror. So yes, so in terms of today, because there's quite a few interesting things. Now, the first thing we've got to decide is Siya Kolisi considered available? Now, I'm going to go with yes. At this stage, they are they're cautiously optimistic. They're not saying anything. Nobody's sort of confirming it. But I think right now the plan is that he will be available for the World Cup. I think that they are trying to do absolutely everything they can to try and make sure that it is a possibility that he will make it to the World Cup. So right now we're going to, as it stands, consider the fact that he is available because we haven't been told otherwise. So I am going to put him into the polls. Stuff like that. We are going to include him in the squad at this stage. And yeah, if you have anything different to say about that, then put it in the comments. But that is currently that's how we're going to do it. So we're going to include him at this stage. Until he's been confirmed out, we're going to consider him available. So yes, that is the plan. So we've got to try and find. If you look at our loose forwards from the last World Cup, it was Peter Toye, Siya Kolisi, Frans Holle, Kwagga Smith, Dwayne Vermeulen. So the only person that's not available is definitely not available. Frans Holle, who has retired. Everybody else is, in theory, fair game. We then got to decide on our extra forward and where we're going to use that extra forward. Are we going to put them in the front row, second row, back row, utility forward? How are we going to use that extra spot that we do have in the squad, to make it the number 18 spot? And then we'll have more than half our squad. The next week, as I said, we're going to be we're doing scrum offs. We took 3 scrum offs last time, so we're going to take 3 scrum offs again this time. We're going to take 2 flower half. David was considered a flower for the last World Cup, which I think he really was. But yeah, so probably decide 2 flower halves next week and maybe a utility back. But yeah, should we get voting, by the way? So first things first, I think we're going to start a poll. I mean, we're probably going to. I think the easiest way to do it is to include the loose forwards that went last time. Because they're all bar Francois Lowe, because that's 4 loose forwards, and hang on, who is the first loose forward in that squad? And we're going to put in there Peter Toye. We're going to put in Siya Kolisi. We're going to put in there Dwayne Vermeulen. And we're going to put in Kwagga Smith. And then, as obviously we continue voting and certain people get voted in, they'll drop out of the poll, and then we'll have to replace them in the poll. So players like Jasper Wiese, for example, players like Evan Rust, for example, Marco Verstappen, who's been invited to a lineman camp. Those sort of players also then come into the conversation. But right now, those are the first 4 names we're going to throw out there, and you guys can get voting. Let's get this going, shall we? Dion Franks is available. Siya should be the first loose forward to make the list. Well, there we go. You can go vote for Siya Kolisi to make him the first loose forward on the bench, if you would like, on the list. Yes, we have got the poll out. You guys can go and vote. I'd like to get to about 10 votes at least. So let's get voting. Let's get voting. And see what everybody has to say. So before people, please just smash like on the video, by the way, as yeah, this is quite a cool video, because I said after this we will have our pack, and once we've got our forwards, you know, we can then sort of really start to look at which backline players are going to complement this monster forward pack that hopefully we have assembled, and that's going to be quite cool in itself. And then, yeah, I said once we've got the entire squad of 33, we're then going to do SG dedicated to choosing basically a team for a World Cup final. If you would have the World Cup final tomorrow, what team would what team would we select? And that's going to be interesting to see, you know, how we go about that, and again how close we could get to choosing a squad compared to what the Springbok coaches would select. So that's where it's going to get quite fun, and we're going to be doing a video once the squad has been announced. We'll do a video to see how close we were, and whether we were on the money, whether we weren't on the money, and how much we seem to know, and how much we align with the Springbok coaches. It'll be quite cool to see what their difference of opinion is compared to us at the moment. Right, so we've got a pretty 50-50 split at the moment. Well, it's 46% split of 13 votes. So you're going to need a couple of extra votes to try and get it decided. Dion saying was a little late for the lock selections concerning the big discussion on pick Arcus name, and even if he's merely breathing and walking, he is something special. Well, it was quite controversial to some people, but he did make it into the squad. So we have him going to France. We'll have to wait and see whether the block coach will have him going to France. But yeah, if we were picking him, he's going to France. Right, come people, I need a separating vote here. There's 50 people watching. There's 13 votes so far, and there's neck and neck between Peter Steph and Sia Khaleesi. So I need somebody to break the tiebreak here. You know, who's going to add that extra vote? Who's going to sort us out? What's going to happen here? Come on, lads. Get involved. I need more votes here, people. We've got one more vote. We've got 14 votes. If we can get 15 votes, then I'll close it. Oh, goodness me. We've got 15 votes. They've gone back to being even. Dear. What are we going to do? Because we've now got more votes than people currently watching. So I think what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to end the poll. And we're going to have to put up just those two and see if we can get a tie break between them. Who is the first loose forward in the squad? And we're just going to put in Sia Khaleesi. And we're just going to put in Peter Steph Dutoy. Right, now hopefully we can get a bit of a tie break between those two, because that's the first one we've actually had it. It's the first time we've had to do a Vivo, because they literally split down the middle. So that's quite fun. Let's hope that well, I would say you don't really want that to happen again, but it is quite cool to have close votes. You know, to get to the boring of everything's just very straightforward, and there's no drama to it, and there's no surprise selection. You know what I mean? Right, so 5 votes over here. Let's try and get back up towards that 13-14 mark. So please do get voting. Right, come on, people. And I'm trying to think of other options. Obviously, Jasper Wiese is going to come into the conversation as well. Played a lot of games recently. Evan Roos for me is an outside shout. Alred Lowe is an outside shout. Who else? Marco van Staden has been invited to these camps. Where Alred Lowe hasn't, for example. Neither is Roy Nokia, for example. So I think Marco van Staden at the moment, especially probably with the injured Sia Khaleesi being on the potential there. Dion Free is an option. You know, he is playing as a loose forward these days, so he is going to come into the conversation as well. But it's still pretty close to, yeah, we've got 12 votes. See if we get up to that 14-15 mark like we did last time. A couple of new people into the chat. So if you are new, please do go and add your vote to the poll. We are trying to decide between Sia Khaleesi and Peter Steph Dutoy, and who is our first loose forward into the squad to join that current list of players. It's a pretty good squad looking so far. I think the interesting selections were Thomas Dutoy, Again, an extra spot. Joseph Davis still being backed. Arceus Neyman being back despite not too much game time. Those are probably the three more interesting ones. The other ones are pretty straightforward, and I don't think too surprising for anybody who has been watching Springboks Rugby for the last few years. Maybe I want to see if we're going to have a bit of an interesting selection here today. This is getting closer. We're 54 to 46% with 13 votes. I want to try to get to 15 votes. So please do go add your votes to the poll, and then we can close it off and add our first name to the list. It's taken quite a while. It's always taken us 12 minutes to get to one player, which is not ideal because it takes a very long show. But it is quite cool that we've got nice and close votes. So I'm really looking for 2 more votes here, people, and try and get to 13 votes. You can get me to 13 votes, we'll close it. And 15 votes, we'll close it, and we'll add a name to the list. If it's Siya Kolisi, we're going to put that little C next to him because we know that he is our captain. And yeah, to be fair, I think at least the next vote after this should be pretty straightforward. So we've got 14 votes. And I believe, if my maths is correct, even if the 15th vote were to go PSJ for the toy, that Siya Kolisi would still have enough. So I'm going to end the poll there. We're going to add Siya Kolisi to the list. Right, so the first loose forward onto the plane to France is Springbok captain Siya Kolisi. And there we go. So right now we're assuming that he is going to be fit. We hope. I mean, we cross all our fingers, and we really do hope he will be fit. But we're going to treat him as that. And we had no confirmation he's not going to be there. So until then, we're going to leave him there. Right, we've got one name onto the team sheet, squad sheet. We now need to replace him. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put choose your next loose forward. I'm going to put in Pieter-Steph du Toit. I'm going to put in Dwayne Vermeulen. I'm going to put in Quagga Smith. I'm going to put in Jasper Wiese as well, seeing as he's played the most after these guys in the last couple of years. So there's the next poll. Let's get voting. Again, I want to try and get to that magical 15 votes number. So we've got Pieter-Steph du Toit, Dwayne Vermeulen, Quagga Smith, Jasper Wiese. Jasper Wiese could be sort of the extra person that we're now adding into the mix from last World Cup. So he played quite a lot at 8th man. Interesting to see if people are going to be backing Jasper Wiese versus Dwayne Vermeulen for an extra spot at 8th man. Very keen to see what people are thinking about that. For me, I'd be very disappointed if Quagga Smith doesn't get a spot because I think he's been absolutely brilliant. I think he makes our final 23. To be honest, I think if we were playing a final tomorrow, he'd be on the bench. I generally do. I think he's become pretty indispensable for the Box. Such an important player in the latter stages of the game with his breakdown work and yeah, very very good scramble defense as well. So up to 13 votes, it's a bit better. I like it. We always seem to get 13 votes very quickly, and then we have to sit and wait for the extra couple. But Pieter-Steph du Toit has gone out quite strong, so let's see if we can get a couple more votes in there, and we can start building up the squad. So we're going to be 14, 15, 16, 17, and then we will have an extra player that we will add to the team as well. Right, JMC's saying, I did not like Hock in the beginning, but he's just got better, gave away his cards, and now he's the perfect player to come off the bench. Yeah, I think a lot of people are coming around to that, to be fair. Yeah, I think people that watched a lot of Lions sort of rugby were very appreciative of what he can do. A lot of people were then sort of saying, well, can he do that on the international stage? And some people took a while to come around, but yeah, I do think it's a bit like Franco Moss as well. You know, some people didn't really rate him in the early stages, but Mr. Workhorse himself is just so valuable and brings so much to the park. So, yeah, we're going to have to wait and see whether he'll get a vote. But we're up to 17 votes, so I'm going to end it there. So the next name onto the list is Peter Steff the Toy. World Player of the Year back in 2019. Took a while for him to get back to sort of full fitness, but has been looking a lot better over in Japan. So here we go. Right, we're going to do another one. So the question is, who are we adding to the poll here? Giuseppe say, me too. I always remembered how he smashed him 2 meters in the air, so I never thought he had the bulk. Right, we've got to add an extra person. So who is the next loose forward? We've got Dwayne Vermeulen. We've got Kwacha Smith. We've got Jasper Wiese. Now we need to add a 4th person. So Dion Frank's saying Evan Roos. So that's if anybody else adds it there, I'm going to throw in Evan Roos. Although Dion Free as well is a good shot. So we've got Evan Roos and Dion Free. Who else is? So it's MC asks for Buthelezi. I don't think Buthelesi's got a chance of going, to be honest. He hasn't played anything. He hasn't yet played for the Springboks. So I think he will play for the Springboks. I think he'll play quite a few games for the Springboks in the future. I don't see it being right now. So at the moment, we've got one call for Evan Lewis. We've got a call for Dion Free. We've got a call for AC Buthelezi. If anybody can back up any of those calls, I'll add them to the list, and then we can get voting. So give me a shout. In fact, we're actually running out of time next. We'll be in a press conference at 2 o'clock for the Stormers. So I'm actually going to put in Dion Free because he went on the end of year tour. So I'm going to throw that out there, and I'll add Evan Lewis to the next one there. So those are our next bunch. Dwayne Vermeulen, Kwacha Smith, Jasper Wiese, Dion Free. JP says, at what point is Dwayne taking Dwayne to the World Cup, giving Vic Matfield World Cup 2015? I was hopeful and rate Dwayne so highly, but I honestly don't think he adds as much point on form other than experience. Look, he's played pretty well for Ulster throughout the season. As I said, if you look at those that URC ranking system, for example, stuff like that, with the expected points, he ranks quite highly. So he's actually had a pretty good season. Whether he's gonna be the starter or whether he's still at the Dwayne Vermeulen standards, difficult to say. I think he had a couple of good games last season and a couple of games where he looked a little bit off the pace. I think you're going to have to play in 1 or 2 games of the Rugby Championship. I think the nice thing is that we played Jasper Wiese quite a lot. So he's quite ready to sort of step into that number 8 position if he needs to. Whereas, for example, whoever's going to be, if for example, if Siakalisi were to not go, then we haven't really had anybody who's played in that position too much in the last couple of years. So, that becomes a little bit more complicated to replace. I do think Dwayne Vermeulen is more replaceable in terms of somebody, in terms of Jasper Wiese having played a lot more. The problem is you then lose a lot of what Dwayne Vermeulen brings. Somebody very reliable under the high ball, that ability over the ball, for example. And so sometimes, your the dynamics of the actual loose trio can change a bit because they're not. The Springbok coach staff have always been very clear that the loose trio is not additional 6, 7, 8. They've just got certain roles that they all need to cover across the 3 of them, and doesn't really matter what numbers on your back. That's why, for example, when Kwacha Smith plays at 8th man or on the flank, he still kind of does a similar role. So at the moment we've got Dwayne Vermeulen who's leading the chart with 33%. Kwacha Smith in second place at 28%. Then Jasper Wiese, Dion Free actually before Jasper Wiese. So we've got 18 votes. If we can get to 20 votes, then I will end the poll. Three votes, right. I'm going to end the poll there. Right, so Dwayne Vermeulen there is the next name into. That's interesting. So we'll talk about him. So Dwayne Vermeulen is the next. So I'll tell you, it's our starting loose chair from Japan 2019. He is the next name into the squad. So we move up there to number 15. Right, now we need to go to the next bunch. So we're going to be going. Use the next loose forward. And we're going to be putting in Kwaka Smith. We're going to be putting in Jasper Visa. We're going to be putting in Dion Ferree. And we're going to be putting in Evan Roos. Somebody asked for Evan Roos, so I'll throw him in there. So those are the next four. JNC says, Jasper's a one-trick pony, but he's so damn good at it, you got to love him. Yeah, fair enough. He's just a human wrecking ball. JP saying, not on the level of Jasper in the Premiership at this point in terms of influence in the game. Jasper in practically every Premiership team of the season based on his current form, for example. Then saying, it would be cool to have a Roos on the bench to come on with some Kwaka-style energy, but if Dwayne's playing, Jasper definitely next in line. Right, so here we go. So we've got the next loose forward that we need to try and add. It's interesting to see how these polls sort of change quite a lot. Some players who weren't getting a lot of attention earlier now getting quite a lot of attention. So Dion Ferree currently leading the vote share. Again, if we can get up to sort of about 17, 18 votes, we'll end it there. So up to 16 votes. If you can get to 17 or 18 votes, I'm going to end it. I'll end the poll there. In fact, I'm going to end it at 16. If you can get 17 votes, somebody else give me a vote and I'll end it there. So I do have to be at a press conference quite soon. So I might have to wrap it up a little bit earlier. So if anybody can give me one more vote, going once, going twice, I don't think we'll actually end up making too much of a difference. Right, so this is a very interesting one. A new face to the World Cup, if you were to go, is Dion Ferree has suddenly found himself on the plane to France. We then got space for one more loose forward, and then we need to decide an extra forward to go. So the next question is, who is the last loose forward? And we're going to throw in Kwaka Smith. We're going to throw in Jasper Visa. We're going to throw in Evan Roos. And who else do we throw in? Yeah, Kwaka Smith, Jasper Visa, Evan Roos. You can throw in Albert Lowe, I suppose. I'd probably mark him for starting, actually. I think it's probably a good idea to throw in Mark and starting, seeing as he's actually in a block camp at the moment. So there we go. Choose your last loose forward, and then we're going to have to choose an extra forward to go to France. So up to 16 votes already. Let's see if we can get 20 votes, and very interesting to see where the votes have come. It's going to be quite interesting because I think this has shown a lot of maturity from Bok fans, who I think a couple of years ago probably would never put the likes of a Dion Ferree and a Kwaka Smith into the mix. But we're now rewarding players based on what we're seeing on the field, and not just maybe on a profile, which is cool to see. And plus, always back to favorite sports buggers to know what's going on. You guys know what's plotting. We should just be the selectors. At the end of the day, we should just be telling Rassi and Jacques, listen, here's your squad. Just go forth and win a World Cup with it. We'll sort you out with the squad. Now you just go and train them and all that shit and stuff like that. So yeah. So 19 votes. You can give me 20 votes and I'll cut it. I'll close it off. Give me a 20 votes. Give me a 20 votes. You'll give me a 20. You'll give me a 20. You'll give me 20 votes. 20 votes, and we will have our last loose forward, and then we're going to start throwing out a few names. Who do you want to add to the extras list? And are we going to add an extra hooker, an extra prop, an extra loose forward, a utility forward, for example? Do you want an extra loose forward? What do we want in that extra player? But right now, all I want is an extra vote, although mathematically, I don't think it's any much of a difference. So actually, we're going to end it there. Right, so our last loose forward into the squad is Kwaka Smith, which now leads us to the exciting thing. We now need an additional player. Now, who do we want to add? We can now, it's gonna be any forward. Give me some names. Do you want an extra hooker? Do we want an extra prop? Do you want an extra Lock? Do you want a loose forward? Do you want a utility player? What do we want in this one? So Clinton's saying extra prop for Trevor. Who is the extra forward going to the World Cup? So I like the Trevor shot. Trevor Inyakane. Clinton's saying we're going to throw in an extra prop there. FC saying lines number 8, Frank Mahorn. I'd love to put him in the mix. I really would, but it's just not particularly realistic because he's never been involved with the box. So Brandon going with Evan Lewis. I'll throw in Evan Lewis. And anybody else here, people? JP going with I like the Jasper Visa shot, to be fair. The big thing is, I think, probably has to be a loose forward or a lock, potentially, because you've got somebody like Franco Master who is a utility forward. Dion Free also considered a utility forward. JP then going with Jason Jenkins as an extra lock. So at the moment, I've got Trevor Nyakani, Evan Lewis, Jasper Visa, Jason Jenkins. Are there any other nominations there? I would put in Franco Horn. Personally, I love him, but he hasn't played for the box and hasn't been involved in any sort of box setups over the last few years. Not really an option. So fine, we're going to go throw out those options. And let's see what everybody votes for. Who's going to be the extra forward we're going to throw out there? Dion say must be versatile with Dion Free and Kwak already there. I'll go Evan Lewis again, number 8 flank, and I'm sure we could even pull a gap on lock in case of emergency. Well, there we go. He's on the mix, but Jasper Visa seems to have taken a good shot. Trevor Nyakani not getting on the votes. Evan Lewis with 40%, Jasper Visa with 50%, Jason Jenkins with 0%. And another vote goes to Evan Lewis. Another Evan Lewis. Evan Lewis back to 50-50 between Jasper Visa and Evan Lewis. Jasper Visa takes the lead with 52%, and Evan Lewis scoring one back. So here we go, 17 votes, 18 votes. Are we going to get 20 votes? This is going to get very close. Very interested to see how this goes. Up to 19 votes. Can we get to 20 votes? This is getting very, very close. Twenty-one votes, 23 votes, and it's neck and neck. Neck and neck and neck and neck. $23 votes. Let's see if you can get 25 votes. Because it's very, very close. Who's going to be the last name on the sheet for forwards? Although we can, in theory, add an extra forward if we really want to after we name all the backline players. Why has this not updated? We have added Quagga Smith. So it should have updated. There we go. There's Quagga. 24 votes. And Jasper Visa just ahead. Come on, people. And another vote. Jasper Visa at 25 votes. Should we end it there? I think we can end it there. Right. So it was very close. It was very, very close. But the final name on the team sheet going to France will be Jasper Visa, which means these are your forwards that we have selected to go to the World Cup. I don't think we're far off to what they'll actually be, So over there we go. As you can see, we've got Malcolm Marks, Bongi Manambi, Joseph Dreber, Stephen Kitzel, Oxen Chair, Francois Herbert, Vincent Koch, Thomas Satoy, Eben Etzebeth, Louis Diaga, Franco Mostert, Archer Sneeman, Sia Kalicia, Captain, Peter Steph de Toy, Dwayne Vermeulen, Dion Free, Quagga Smith, and Jasper Visa. We have got 18 out of our 33-man squad. And yeah, it's looking good. It's looking good. I think I'm pretty impressed with that squad. I'll tell you what, I think at the moment maybe 2 people. I think an Archer Sneeman, for example, I think Thomas Satoy, I think those are potentially the ones where I think we might be a little bit off in terms of who I think they actually will take. But apart from that, I think we've done pretty well. And I think we're looking pretty good. So on Monday, we will reconvene and we will do scrum halves, which is going to be quite interesting. Wednesday, we're going to do fly halves, which is going to be even more interesting. And then the week after that, we'll do centres and outside backs. So people, thank you very much for spending your time with me. We'll be live again on Monday, 1:30, SAST, South African Standard Time. And we're going to be adding some 3 scrum halves to the mix. Then we're going to be adding 2 fly halves. Then we're going to be adding some centres. Then we're going to be adding some outside backs and some utility backs and an extra back, potentially. So yeah, please do smash like on the way out. Thank you very much, everybody, for getting involved. And I'll see you guys on Monday. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. But today's how to watch video: Stormers versus Connacht, the first semi-final of the 2022-23 URC is on Saturday at the DHL Cape Town Stadium. The good news is that both semi-finals are being shown on a free-to-air broadcaster. You can catch Stormers versus Connacht live on TG4, which is a live a free panel that is available for anyone that's located in the UK and Ireland. If you're outside the territories, you can still watch the channel, but you have to use something called a VPN. Now, before we show you exactly how to watch it, and lots of people, I think I had about almost 10 or 11 people using this last week and for the first time, and talking about how the fact that it was so easy and it works to be able to watch those quarterfinals. So don't miss any of the semi-final action. First things first, you got to download a VPN, which is a virtual private network. Basically, that will geolocate your device to make it seem as if you are in a different location. And so in this circumstance, you'll be able to make it seem as if you are in the UK or Ireland. So you're going to download ExpressVPN, link in the description. That is the one we recommend using because it's tried to test and work. And it's going to look something like this. Once you downloaded it, and by the way, I recommend getting the 12-month subscription. First of all, you'll get an extra 3 months free. We also do videos on how to watch Rugby Championship and the entire Rugby World Cup on a free-to-air broadcaster. So get yourself ExpressVPN and you can watch the entire World Cup for free. Once you download it, you're going to go to that little 3 dots on the right. That's going to bring up a list of locations, and you're going to choose either Ireland or the UK. I've currently got to connect to Ireland, and then you're going to go to the link in the description to TG4, and hey presto, you literally just go there, you go and you watch it, and there it is. I've got sound going over here at the moment, some random cartoon going on. It is an Irish language channel, so the commentary will be in Irish, so we recommend just throwing it on and then coming and watching our watch-along. I'll be live for both the URC semi-finals this weekend, so you can come and join me and get on all the action. If you have any questions, put them down in the comments below. Apart from that, check our description for a step-by-step guide. It's got all the links you need to be able to watch all the action live. Don't wait until kickoff to suddenly panic and not know what to do to be able to watch the game. It's really, really easy. As I said, if you have any questions, put them in the comments below. But apart from that, we will see you this weekend. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen, and I'll chat to you soon. Right, and we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby. It is a Thursday night already, as myself and Chris talking about before. It seems like we were doing a fan forum yesterday, but it's been another 7 days, been another hectic weekend of rugby, and lots to talk about tonight with 2 South African teams crashing out of the URC. One South African team, however, already pitching up as we head into the URC semi-finals of this weekend. Also some interesting results in the Currie Cup. Very much getting to the business end of competitions. Now tonight, I am joined by Reza and Chris. Chaps, are we well?
Yeah, good mates. Thank you.
Yeah, we're gonna get nice and controversial a little bit about the Sharks and the Bulls and the very wet fish performances we saw last weekend. So lots to chat about in the next sort of 45 minutes, by the way. If you have anything to say, please do chuck it in the comments. We've got a poll running there saying, will the Stormers make the URC final? So go and give us your opinion. Will they? Will they not? Go and vote. But yeah, so chaps, URC semi-finals, which means that last week we did see 4 teams going out that were Ulster, Bulls, Sharks, and Glasgow. Now, technically 2 upsets in inverted commas in terms of teams who finished below their counterparts that did win. Although Glasgow might still pretty, they were 4th and 5th and about 8, I think it was about 6 or 7 points difference. So it wasn't massively different between them. But let's kind of work through the game the weekend. So first of all, on Friday, we saw Ulster going down to Connacht. A pretty typical sort of playoff game, I think. A bit of an arm wrestle. The skill set on display was pretty awful. There were a lot of knock-ons, very scrappy, messy game. But, the big thing I think for me is as a Stormers fan, do you watch that game and are you nervous of this Connacht side? Chris, what was your sort of take on that Ulster Connacht game?
Yeah, one of huge disappointment, obviously, because that got us out of our betting multiple straight away for the weekend. So it was not a result I was expecting at all, to be honest. But maybe in hindsight, Ulster haven't been the force that they've been recently. Let's be fair. They have, not as strong usually. I mean, I backed them because I backed them usually in an Irish derby home. You usually go there. as I said in last week's show, Connacht away are often dodgy. But Connacht arrived, eh? I mean, it's one of those games where you can see in the first 10 minutes where the game's going. You could see by the body language and the physicality that Connacht were the team that were up for it. And I was sitting there worried after 10 minutes because Connacht were the one making headway and Ulster weren't. So that was let's face it, was a shock, but well played to Connacht. I mean, they've got themselves set themselves up to come down to the Stormers. So, but I mean, good for those. Typical knockout derby, sloppy game, and Connacht came through. So well done to them.
Yeah, I was quite impressed with the pack of Connacht and a couple of nice big performances there because, I think if Ulster had really sort of bullied them in front, I think it would have been sort of one-way traffic. But look, Ulster did try to come back towards the end, but just didn't really have enough of the tank. Reza, I don't know how much you caught of it.
I didn't catch too much of that game. I watched a little bit of the highlights, but pretty impressive Connacht to be honest. It's one of those things though. You get to finals rugby, and I feel like you've earned a right to be there. And Connacht on form should probably have been there. And on your day in finals rugby, anybody can win. We said that last week. I can see already. There's a couple of comments in the chat. Henk Rue saying those are guys that wrote off the Stormers off, and we'll get to that in a second.
I'm actually going to get into it right now. When did we ever write the Stormers off? Because a couple people have said this. In fact, I think it might be the same person. When did we ever go back and look last week? And when did any of us say that Stormers are going to lose?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure where that's come from, but maybe there's some ventriloquism going on because I don't remember ever saying that. But what I will say is that my point is when we were discussing Stormers and Bulls last week, and the same applies to this kind of game, is that anyone can win on their day. That's the point we were trying to make. Barring Leinster, who we were very sure about, everyone else was in with a chance. That's kind of my view on it. And so, as much as I didn't catch too much of that game in particular, that's just my view. I think that I don't think we can read too much into it that, kind of on the trail to a final or on their way to a win, but improvements for them, fantastic for them as a team. And I hope they continue improving.
Yeah, well, I think we have to wait and see exactly how good they are going to be this weekend. But let's move to the next game, which was the Stormers Bulls game. Now, we all said that it had the potential to be quite close if the Bulls rocked up. We all said that it was Stormers' game to lose, and at home they should have too much. Interestingly enough, a lot of us were saying that we weren't sure if Deon Fourie was going to be fit. We didn't expect Deon Fourie to be fit, and I think he did play quite well as well. Leon Zast coming back as well, getting onto the score sheet as well. So for me, if I look at that game, probably the strongest, I think the Stormers are going to get to the strongest side they have, and a performance that looked a lot more like them, in terms of them having Marnie Liebach controlling things. I thought Herschel Yankees played very well. Again, we talked about the fact that we wanted Herschel Yankees to start and stuff like that. But Reese, I'll start with you this time. An interesting game, but Bulls didn't really pitch up. Stormers, probably the scoreline probably flattering the Bulls in the end, that late try. But Stormers were in the driving seat from the get-go and never really looked back.
100%, and I think that Bulls didn't just quite kick out of fourth gear at any stage in that entire game, which is a pity for them. I really do believe that they showed enough to warrant that they have the ability to do it, but it's the story of their season, much the same with the Sharks. They have not quite rose to the occasion when they've needed to. They've got the ability to, it's just, I'm still not convinced that their coaching at the moment has gone the right way. So Stormers, it's not a surprise. There's nothing there that shocked us. Again, I'll deal with those comments. I don't know what was going on. I don't know what we said last week that made everyone have the impression that we were backing the Bulls. But we have to lend some credit to the Stormers. They've had a tough couple of weeks leading into this quarter, shown a lot of grit. And I hope that this quarterfinal is a sign of things to come for them going into the semis and hopefully a final. If they can sustain that BMT that they were showing, just soaking up the pressure when they needed to, playing smart rugby, and just avoiding the small errors is what got them where they are today and win over the Bulls.
Yeah, I think going to some of the comments. I think PK Moss makes a good point. He says, imagine you're 9 and 10, finding form in the knockouts behind a world-class pack. The Stormers will be cruising to the finals. I think that was very important. I thought that we spoke about the fact that I said that I wasn't convinced about Paul DeVette, and I'd like to have seen Herschel Yankee start, which he did. And I thought he played very well. And Mondiebok as well looked back to his best. And I think those two in tandem control things. And I think that was a very big point of difference for them. Whereas I think the Bulls just didn't really manage the game particularly well.
I'm a big fan of Money, by the way. I mean, sure, he had a couple of off weeks here and there, but overall, I think he's really starting to show a bit of form, bit of class, and I think higher honors are soon incoming.
Yeah, and I know Chris had a couple of audio issues, so I'm not sure, Chris, if you can hear me, if you want to add your 2 cents about the Stormers Bulls game. I think he can hear us, but we can't hear him, unfortunately. So Chris might have to go back to the earset. In the meantime, we'll just continue talking about the fact that the Bulls got a bit of a crisis. Jake White talking about a bit of a rebuild, saying he wants to go to, he wants Ruan Nokia to bulk up a little bit. He wants, a couple of props, for example. I think he's pretty right in terms of they need him to be a rebuild, but I think a lot of it's been a bit of a systemic issue where they've, I think 2 years ago, probably had the best squad in the country on paper and haven't really added to it or sorted it out. And all of a sudden, they're not the best squad. And yeah, just looked a little bit aimless.
I mean, it's a little controversial. I'm not entirely sure I agree with that.
Hey, coming out of COVID, they won everything. They won two Cups in a row, the Super Rugby thing, as well as the Rainbow Cup, and then got to the Rainbow Cup final.
What I'm saying is that I'm not entirely sure I'm convinced by Jake's comments.
Okay.
Not for the first time, by the way. Jake Hater incoming here, but it's just, I don't know. I think that's passing the buck. And he did it with the Curry Cup team. He's doing it again now with the senior team. It's like, you know what? You actually have one of the very best squads in world rugby at your disposal. Maybe not the best squad in URC, but it's pretty damn far up there. And you're saying that you can't, that it needs a rebuild. Like you said, 2 years ago, they were one of the best squads. They haven't really had a huge player drain either.
Well, listen, I'm trying to think. So they lost, obviously, they lost Marcel Coetzee, lost Trevor Nukani, lost Dwayne from Mulan. In the back line, not too many players.
Yeah, a decent amount of replacements though in those positions. Admittedly, not of the same caliber, one might say, but prospects for the future, certainly. And it's just like, I don't know. I'm not really convinced by Jake White's comments there. And it just feels like he's trying to divert from maybe his own staff's inadequacy in the back there in getting that squad to where they should be. But look, at the end of the day, we need to talk about their campaign overall. And there's nothing to be ashamed about getting into a quarterfinal of the URC. The fact that we're saying that they weren't haven't great and that they've still gotten there. It should goes to show just the high expectations that we had for that squad and for that coaching staff. And I think they should still hold their heads up high. Maybe not the campaign they wanted, but not a total write-off.
Yeah, look, I think the biggest thing for them is that they were going to need a home playoff really to sort of give them quite a big boost. And I think obviously it's quite difficult to go and win down in Cape Town. That I think has played quite a big role. Only so half of them. Stormers winning at home, Leinster winning at home. But yeah, it's an interesting one. Yeah, and it's difficult to know exactly what the right answer is. We're gonna try bring back in Chris if he can hear us.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, Chris. Tell us all about reasons throwing in Jake slander. And are you going to jump on the Jake slander, or the Stormers just that good?
That's why I was nervous. I was going to miss this segment because I knew what was coming about to come for a reason. I was going to miss out. So I had a huge FOMO there. Yeah. And then I see that there's some X Factor surprises for next season. Can you believe it, eh? Jeez, that guy. Yeah. It's full of promises. Just going back to the game, like you said, I was one of them that thought that Bulls would put up a fight. But I'm going to be honest. On Thursday when we were speaking, Dion Fourie in my mind wasn't playing,
Yeah.
and then the Bulls had shifted Gerson to fullback, and he's not playing well, in my opinion. He
No, he's
doesn't
not.
look
And
anything of a
that was
player.
also a last minute, literally on the day type
Yeah,
move as well.
yeah. Yeah, so and Stormers found their form again, with Fourie on the pitch and the crowd, and that was the Stormers that had been playing for the last 18 months. And we said if they bring that, they do win well, and that's what happened. They are at the moment a superior team to the Bulls, and it showed. You're right, the scoreline flattered there, the try at the end. The Stormers are in control of it. Like I said, Lebok was back. Playing well. Back to that form that we used to. Rooster, I think, is also helps a lot. That I love that the balance of that pack when Fourie and Rooster are there. I think it ended up being almost what we expected, but even a much more bigger win for Stormers. And Jake White, you would think that he would be leaving, he'll be out the door now. But as I said, he looks like he's made some big promises, bringing in more players, X factor. But I don't know what he means by that, because he brought in a lot of the old timers, and haven't seen the value that he's added to that pool side by bringing those guys in.
He's a professional bullshitter. That's what it is. And I mean, the guys in the comments, Dion Franks, Jake suddenly has a master plan like for next season and stuff. Like, I mean, the one is if Jake White had any other name, he would have been fired already, 100%.
Yeah, I think I agree as well. They gave him a very long-term contract, so they did fire him. They probably pay him out quite a bit of money. So the question is how do the Bulls come back? They talk about a couple of X factor surprises, for example. Look, Vilko Low coming back could be quite a big coup for them to genuinely replace Trevor. I think they are missing a world-class tight end. But what else does this squad need if they are going to be competitive next season?
Go ahead, Chris. I got one, but I'll let you go first.
Honestly, I don't think about Bulls rugby much in my life. I haven't really sat through that and thought what's going on in Jake White's head. I don't know. Like for me, I haven't felt for the last 2 years of both Curry Cup and URC what is their strongest team in general, and I just don't feel that they're missing. They are missing 4 quality players. There's 4, and I would say 2 of them in the back line and 2 of them in the pack. I don't remember the Bulls pack being not as effective as they haven't been recently. And Elwood Glow was also the glory boy. I mean, he's all right, but I've expected him to be pushing on, and he hasn't. So I don't know. I think we spoke about it. The Bulls used to bring a lot of good youngsters through. Like I don't see that coming through like these players to the Bulls ranks. And, I don't know the answer, to be honest. That's not something I don't know. I don't know about Bulls rugby. I don't know what they have there in their Arsenal, in their academy. I know they've got money, but is going to buy players the right thing like the Sharks have done. It hasn't worked out for the Sharks, has it? So I mean, I would rather get people that build these players up, bring them to the system, get them wanting to play for the Bulls, just like the old days, I would say. But I'm no expert on Bulls rugby.
Right, have you got an expert opinion on what they need to do?
I think there's a lack of identity. I think when Jake White first joined, they already had something going and they kind of built on that. And it was very much, as you were saying, Bulls rugby of old, adapted slightly. So a dominant pack, a lot of go forward, and then give the freedom to the guys on the outside. It's a simple game plan, but it works well. Right, and I think that they've lost that going into URC this year. You're not seeing the same kind of thing. So, and my other problem is squad consistency. I think they had a lot of options at their disposal, which they're not very used to. And to see a guy like Similani playing in Curry Cup it's a travesty. Really, it is. He came over there and has now been lost to the system. One never wonders if he will ever make his way back to the top tier of rugby again. And if he does, it'll probably be at an overseas club. And that's really sad. And I feel like perhaps the confidence is not being instilled in players that are being brought across. and then they're not given the chance that maybe they need, when they shouldn't be brought in for the wrong reasons. A guy like Similani, I would never have said fits a Bulls style of play, coming from the Lions. And so just because he did well somewhere else, it doesn't mean that you should buy him just to deprive the Lions of a player. And because
Plus, we're not a threat anyway.
Yeah, we're not a threat, but it's just like I don't know what the reasoning is behind that. But that's just an example of a bigger problem that I'm seeing. But yeah, they've got some work to do. I think it starts with a change in identity.
Another thing for me, guys, is if you look at the old Bulls of old, or any team, for me, brilliant or really good 9-10 axis is very important for any team. And you look at the Bulls teams that we watched of old, that Dupree, we spoke about last week, and Mornay State, and there was the pivot there at 10, and the Springbok centers. And you look across their back line now, they don't have a world-class scrummy. They don't know who their fly off is. It's staying close if they're way past their prime. For me, I mean, I know there's some Christmas fans out there, but I'm not a fan. Then you, like I said, you rotate in that centre. Mapu and the sevens play at heart. So I know nothing against them, but it's just for me that balance isn't there. And then you don't have the Bucky's, Botha or Matfield in the engine room. So they just those are the quality spaces that I noticed. They just don't have that there at the moment. Not to say that it won't come quickly. So I don't know who the Bulls youngsters are coming through, but that's what I see in the Bulls. But Stormers had the box on form, the Springboks, and the Duplessis that are running the team, and probably I would say maybe the Springboks squad soon. So that's the difference.
Yeah, I just don't think
Jake White suits the Bulls. I don't think it was never looked right. I just don't think he is right for the Bulls either.
Yeah,
neither Heineken Mayer coach.
Well, I mean, you mentioned Stefan Gans, and my biggest frustration with the Bulls was actually a lack of seeing him this season, because when they came after COVID and they had that Rainbow Cup spell and the Currie Cup and everything they touched to gold, he was playing some brilliant rugby. And then this season we barely see him, and now sort of started playing a little bit towards the end. When the season's pretty much over. So I also think I think you to talk about the best side. I think that's a very important point. I don't think they know what their best side is. I do think they need a world-class centre. I think that they probably need to look at another fly half, because Jan Hurston can't stay fit. Chris Smith's a very solid option, but I don't think he's not bashing the doors down and stuff like that. And I think they need a world-class lock, a world-class tight head, and probably another somebody else for this year.
Yeah, they got the back three. I mean, Orange, Moody, Nkosi are one of the best back threes you're actually ever going to come across. But in front of them, with them not having what Bulls are traditionally good at, they're not going to thrive, right? But for me, Moody and Orange, I love them. They're magic together. If they were in a better side.
Chris, hey, Rion in the chat. How's it, Rion? Thanks for commentating and not being on the show.
Yeah, stop enjoying your holiday.
Yeah.
But Rion makes a good point, is that we don't actually, the Bulls don't actually know their playing style. They don't know their starting backline. And it goes for the whole team. I mean, you talk about Sabu and Corsi, and I go, well, I mean, geez, the guy was more out than in half the time. And their personal issues aside, it was the case with a lot of players. I mean, barring a couple, you couldn't really predict a starting 11, starting 15 most of the time. So yeah. That's my issue.
I think that's the thing about Bulls rugby, though. Like you said, Nkosi is a talent. He's great. He's playing but they need to be nurturing this guy. They need to be looking after him. They need to be putting him in, building him up and getting his confidence. But it seems like you said, it's in and out, and no one's doesn't quite know. We don't feel we know what's going on there.
Yeah, no, lots of things that need to happen at the Bulls in the off season if they are to try and get back. Look, at the end of the day, they're the Bulls. They've got lots of resources. They've always got a bank of young players, and they always seem to be able to bring in a lot of people. So if there was one union, which in theory I think could turn things around quite quickly, I think there probably is one. But as much as we want to talk about how bad the Bulls are, let's talk about how good the Stormers are and how much of a chance they've got in the next 2 weeks. Personally, I think that they should not be losing to Connacht on Saturday. I do think Connacht, they've got a clean bill of health, so it'll be a very similar Connacht side. But at home, against the side, which literally doesn't travel well, which I do think had played exceptionally well, probably above standard, the usual standard last weekend. Chris, Stormers game to lose, isn't it?
Stormers aren't going to lose. No.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
No. I think no. Well, I think look. I feel much better than I did a week ago, right? What Stormers brought to the table. Yes, it's Bulls, and Stormers have been getting themselves up for the Bulls, dominated. But let's be honest, Bulls probably well, would they beat Connacht? Yeah, they probably would. I just think Connacht played a big game last week. They've travelled. I think it took a lot. This is a factor in rugby. We've seen it the whole season with URC and this travelling. I think it's going to be a big task for Connacht to come and live with Stormers. I think Stormers are back. Stormers play like that at home. They're very, very difficult to beat. Yeah, Munster beat them, but that was their dip in form that they hadn't had in 18 months. So no, I see a 15-point Stormers win here at least.
15 points there. Reese, do you tend to agree?
Yeah, I've got nothing to add. Fully agree with Chris. Glad they showed up, and because they showed up, they will win this weekend. That's just about the coin toss there, and it's going to land on their side every single time. And to comment on Connacht, again, for me, it's very much like a Bull situation. If they play at 100% and Stormers play at least at 85%, at 80%, the Stormers come away with the win. That's the difference in class. So it's going to have to take a really bad Stormers performance for Connacht to actually have a chance. And if they do, it'll be because Stormers lost it, not because Connacht won it.
Yeah, big
and I'll be honest. I think that Stormers that field at the moment. Thank goodness they. Well, actually, I don't know. It's a good thing if they change it because that is a little bit of a leveler. I've noticed in last season and this season, first half teams are in it with the Stormers because it is a bit slower. But eventually the Stormers grind that out. But it does slow the game up, and I've noticed that the Irish teams, even some of the Welsh teams, have hung in there till 60 minutes. If Connacht hang in there 60 minutes and get Stormers nervous, then it could be a good game. But I just think there's just too much power and probably class, if you want to say that. There's some good players in Connacht, but I think Stormers all around have the much better team anyway. So they should just grind it out.
I will say that I think that Stormers need to dominate this one. Going into the final, assuming that they win, it can't be a tight one. They need to go in there with confidence soaring.
Well, the nice thing is they can empty the tank because they've got 2 weeks between this and the final, if they are, and if Leinster win, Leinster have to go play again next weekend. So Stars, to a certain degree, might be aligning a little bit with the Stormers. Chances are they won't have a home final, which I think is quite a big factor. But they can go out, they can empty the tank against Connacht on Saturday. Leinster will have to be quite good to beat Munster. They won't be able to name, a half-arse side. They are going to have to pitch up and play pretty well. And they're going to have to then get up and play pretty well against next week to beat La Rochelle. And then if they are to try and win the URC, they're going to have to get up once again. So the Stormers have got quite a nice situation where they can go all guns blazing Saturday, try and pump Connacht, get some confidence, and then take 2 weeks off, take a week off and say, right, chaps, we've now got 2 weeks to literally work out how we are going to beat Leinster. So
and if we get a Leinster Stormers final, I cannot wait for the chat from those Irish fans.
No, it's going to be.
If we even say the Stormers have a little bit of a sniff, we're in for it.
But then you'd be writing with the Stormers, which we're also being shouted at for doing. Yeah. So we can't really win.
The Stormers lost to Connacht last season. Hey, did they play them in the round robins this year? I can't remember.
They would have. I don't know. I think it might have been away.
No, can't remember. That's really lost on me now.
I'm sorry, I'm reading a comment here from Will. Why can't Dobbo decide where Damien's position is best? And my answer to that is because no one knows what's Damien's best position.
Damien doesn't know what Damien can choose any position in the back line.
I think it's centre. For me, it's centre. For me, it's 12. If he's in the back line at that 12 pivot, we have far more chance of scoring points.
I do enjoy him the most, I think, at 12, because I think it gets him into the game the most. And I just want to see Damien touching the ball as much as possible. I just think he's such a phenomenal player. Finally ready sort of getting to that form. I like him at centre because he touched the ball more. But having said that, you can't drop down to see at the moment.
No.
Yeah, good chat here as well. A point about the weather. My mother's actually in Cape Town at the moment, and she says it is miserable down there. So
cool. Well, Connacht's winning. Never mind, chaps. I'm going to put all my money on them.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That field, and if it rains, I'm not still don't think Stormers are going to lose, but it could get squeaky bum time if Connacht are in it after 60, 70 minutes.
It's Irish weather. They're kind of
If the weather is bad and the field's cutting up, I think because they've played on that console, they got their new artificial pitch. That's the conditions they've lapped up and loved, and no one could go to them and win that. So, but I just still think it's a bridge too far. I think for them. But hey, yeah, look what happened last week. Ulster was supposed to cream them. So
yeah, no, true. And I said never write off the underdog, and especially when you can start to do something special. It's one thing when you're quarterfinal, when you start thinking going well, semi-final, final, 2 games, 2 wins, trophy. It starts to get really, really. And also, I think last year the Stormers, they had the underdog card, I think, for most of the playoffs. I don't think even going into that final, I think after the Bulls beat Leinster, I don't think Stormers would have gone into the game as favourites, despite hosting the game. I think people are thinking, oh well, this is Jake White, this is a final, this is the Bulls that have just beaten Leinster. Whereas now Stormers have to wear that tag of you Oaks are one of, if not the best side in the competition. So if you guys lose, that's a step up for you guys. You're expected to get to the final. Everyone's pretty happy to basically say, Ulster, yes, they did finish third, but I think we can realistically say Stormers and Leinster are the 2 top teams in the competition. So now you've got to deal with a whole different sort of psyche, where in the past you were sort of dealing with a side that was overperforming. Now you've got to perform to the expectation.
Yeah. Hey, and as we sit today, Dion Faris 50-50, eh? If Dion doesn't play, let's face it, Stormers without Dion were 70-80% of the team. And you can't say it's one player, but he is one of the rare times that one player isn't that influential on a team.
The problem is also,
if he isn't playing and it's greasy and it's heavy, don't think Connacht aren't in this game.
Yeah, the problem is also, it's not just a case that he's not playing, but Nama Club has been out for a while, so they don't have a like-for-like replacement. They don't have somebody who's great over the ball. They don't have a fetcher who can go out and make a lot of turnovers. Even if you're looking at, for example, like a Joseph Weber, he's not a hooker that does a lot of fetching. So Stephen Kitsoff has to do quite a lot of work, and it's not really ideal to have your lead set prop doing it, despite how good Stephen Kitsoff. Oh no, he is. Have you seen that video of him throwing balls into the line out? I'll tell you what, that man is a thing. He could play hooker, I reckon. I was going to pack him down at 2 next season.
Flip, this is an interesting one. I haven't really thought about this too much. Mikhail Aries, sorry if I mispronounced that. Would the season be a success if the Stormers were to lose on the weekend with a top 4 finish in the URC and a top 8 finish in Champions Cup?
I think anything less than this final would be a bit of a failure for the Stormers. I think if they got to the final, lost to Leinster, I think they would say, cool, that's a nice follow-up to the first season. We've got Champions Cup. It's a nice experience. We've got to a final. Leinster were too good fine. I think if they lose to Connacht, they'll be sitting there going, shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, because I think a top eight in the Champions Cup, as we said, was probably a failure. So like you said, a final, nothing short of a final redeems that season.
Yeah, well, I think top 8. To be fair, I think top 8 is about as far as we could go. I mean, I wouldn't put it down as a complete failure. I think it's.
I don't know. To me, you can't be finishing. You can't be a finalist in URC and be happy with the top 8 in Champions Cup.
Well, you look at the semi-finals, for example, of the Champions Cup, and the top 14 Premiership sides did sort of dominate. There's only one URC side in the semi-finals, which was Leinster. So. As I think a final at the top 8. I think they'd be pretty happy with it. I think a top 8 and a top 4 will be a disappointing season. The next sort of question we can debate hopefully next week and the week after is whether they can then go all the way. But let's first watch them try and get past Connacht, and let's talk a little bit about Leinster and about Munster. We'll try to sort of throw them almost together.
Just before we get into the game, the comments on fights there. Matthew Dixon, Connacht to win by 20, but good thing that Dixon's predictions are not usually so sharp. I mean, Sharks didn't do too great, did they, Dix? But
leave the Sharks out of this. I literally put a video out on my personal channel, and the title was "Sharks are dreadful." So I've gone after the Sharks a bit too much. But what I was actually saying interesting about the Sharks, because I want to talk about Leinster, is that for me, if you look at Leinster, the institution, Leinster where they are right now as a club, as a side, for me, that's everything the Sharks want to be. In terms of having top class talent, top coaches, top facilities, a really good player base. But the difference is that Leinster got the style of play, this progression, the system which works so well, and they're getting all the results. Sharks just aren't. But without talking much of the Sharks, Can this Leinster side be beaten? And can Munster do it?
That's two different questions. Are we asking?
Are you talking about what they can they be beat by Munster on Saturday? Definitely not. But can they be beaten by La Rochelle? Yes.
Yeah, but
I
that's
said that
because you're a
last
La
week.
Rochelle
But
fan.
the Storm, but the Stormers, they could, but I don't see it happening. But I think if anyone's going to beat Leinster, it's going to be La Rochelle again. But yeah, like that home, I called that last week, and then I realized it was in Dublin. I was like, oh, better be careful on those words. So maybe they get revenge and do it in Dublin. But I think La Rochelle's got the best game and setup to match Leinster.
Right, fair enough. The question is now as well, and maybe we'll go with you. Leinster, how strong do they go this weekend? You know, can they afford to name a bit of a second string side? Wouldn't you know, a little bit like the Sharks. You know, Harry Byrne, third choice fly half. Yes, he's currently second choice fly half, but quite Jonathan Gibson Park coming off the bench. You know, Josh Minifleer not involved. Can they afford to still rotate, or do you think they have to go back pretty strong if they're going to beat their Irish counterparts, who obviously a couple of players due to HIAs and stuff as well?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think their rotation this season has actually been pretty good. They've got their second tier, even their third tier into games when they've needed to, and seem to manage all the competitions pretty well. So if I were to say that if they rotated, and they are rotating a little bit, but if they go with a huge overhaul, they're still in with a pretty good chance because this is not new to them. Those second string guys, third string guys know exactly what their responsibilities are, and they know how to slot into a system, which is how it should be in any team. You know, you've got star performers, but your guys just below you are your understudies ready to come in at any point. So that's my one answer to that. But having said that, I would still go hard with your best team. To be very honest, I would go in. This is so important. They've just got to ensure they get there.
Yeah.
Well, mine is sort of next thing, and then I'll throw it back to Chris, is how important is it to build momentum going into next week as well, as opposed to not playing a couple of players now 2 weeks in a row and then asking them to just come from the cold, which they did do against Toulouse. You know, they had that 2 week break, didn't send a good side down, prepared for Toulouse, and it worked. But you do also want to get players playing before a big game, so they're not coming off kind of completely cold, haven't played in 3 weeks type thing.
Yeah. That's the other factor.
Yeah, so again, not the coach, not I don't know what they're thinking, but how I would see it, I would absolutely agree. I would see the next 3 games as like a World Cup run, quarterfinal, semi-final. My best team, top of my game, going in full guns. That's the end of the season. You got nothing to lose. All in, go for it. And if they do change, I don't see as a big detrimental effect to the outcome anyway, because we have seen their change teams play very well. So if they want to do it, they can. That's a luxury. They want to do it, they can. Maybe they have that because they are Leinster. They have the luxury to do it because you wouldn't see probably any other team will be all in, then they don't have to. So I would probably see. I was checking some of the Irish guys' podcasts. They are expecting a little bit of a rotation, but not a lot. But they will make some changes. But I don't think. I mean, I don't know if you guys see Munster. No Murray, no Fikitoa, no Snyman. Munster or Spence. Are they going to? So that's another reason why this game they can do that, because Munster aren't coming with all the cavalry that they've had. That's with them success.
I think that actually gives more of an argument as to why they should field the first team, because if it was a bruising battle against I don't know, let's just call it a Bulls team, you know, regardless of whether you're going to beat them or not, they're going to batter you. And so if it was against a team like that, I would have gone, yeah, sure, rotate a little bit, keep the guys fresh. You got a team like that, like you said, is spent. You may as well go in hot. Let the boys keep the momentum, keep the psyche up, and go into the effectively every weekend's a final for them at this point, and they've got to stay motivated. You know.
Yeah, well, it's a pity though, because Munster have had 3 amazing, really great performances. Stormers, Sharks, Glasgow, who haven't lost in over a year. You know, playing really well. I mean, if they had come in with that momentum and that team, there would have been a game on. I'm not calling Leinster to lose, but it was a game that I was looking forward to. I'm not, if Leinster rotate and Munster have got those players out. It's not I'm not licking my lips for this one as much as I was. If it was a full Munster versus full Leinster, would have been amazing. I mean, I'll still watch it. I love those big Irish derbies. I think Munster will come to the party. I mean, whoever's going to play, they're going to give it all, their all and empty the tank. But I think Leinster just too classy. It's just so hard to call Leinster losing. It's like
Yeah,
be a brave man.
I don't think
Chris,
they will.
I apologize. Let me off for a second. I just need to get a charger. I'll be back in a minute.
Standard,
Sure.
classic. There's always one, isn't there? In the meantime, I'm going to go to some of the comments whilst we wait for Reza. So, CK Gaming is saying, is Leinster as formidable without Sexton? I think there's no doubt that they're better with Sexton, but I do think that Ross Byrne in the last 4 or 5 months has taken a step up. For me, it looks a genuine option at 10 for Ireland as well.
I agree.
So I don't.
I actually really like him. He's really good.
No, I'm enjoying him. Although I was also very impressed with Harry Byrne on Saturday as well. Rian saying Leinster can be beaten by the All Blacks in the first test. Evan saying Munster should wear yellow jerseys for Leinster's lower shoulder PTSD kicks in. Not a bad shout. Dion Frank saying bigger picture, if Stormers can make it to final and find a way to beat Leinster, it'll shake the Irish psyche to the benefit of the Springboks later this year. Rian saying first team for the next 3 games, they got caught cold last year. Mo saying this is what I kept Flow Rugby for. There we go. Yeah, so by the way, if you're looking to watch both the semi-finals this weekend, we do have watch guides. You can watch for free using a VPN. Dion saying best team definitely, as I assume they're all home games for Leinster. They are. And Mikhail saying if you had to do a top 5 power ranked rugby clubs, what would your top 5 be? Maybe we'll do that towards the end over there. Right, well then Chris, whilst Reza is out and sorting himself out, maybe a good time to move to this screen over here. We're not particularly impressed with you. We thought about not welcoming you back, but
what first losing week and this is the attitude?
Yeah, no, you're fine. No, we don't like to lose money, but we're still up. So talk us through last week, talk us through this week. What have you got for us?
Yeah, I mean, I know I wasn't very positive last week. I wasn't showing those vibes because I was worried. This is betting, right? I mean, you can't win every week. And I was worried because I put everything into one bet and 4 legs, which is always risky. And and obviously I must admit my Reds pick I regretted by Friday morning because I thought I changed. I thought the Waratahs were going to come strong as well, but by then I'll also obviously that's down. But yeah, we lost that bet. Bulls, that last try came through, but it didn't matter, and we started off nicely with the Landers and Chiefs. I mean, that cruised in, but anyway, 7-5 on the win-loss record, still up 8 units. We only wagered, risked the 1.5. So got some units there. So we don't want to lose this week. But I was saying to you, Steve, we against the end of the season, and there's gonna be a lot less betting opportunities up until the World Cup, or probably into next year. The games are not going to be the weekends aren't going to be as full. What I've got for you guys this week is I've got a single play. I've decided to also go for singles. I know some guys prefer the single playing singles, but this one I really like. Force over 29 at home to Drua. I think Force for me have showed enough at home. They've covered this for me better teams than the Drua. For me, the Drua, I mean, they've had some, beaten the Canes and Crusaders, but that's in Fiji. They're a whole different kettle of fish in Fiji. I think the sides go there with a different attitude. So, Force, the Drua away have generally been very poor on defense, and I think Force will score at least 5 tries, maybe 6 tries, which will cover this line. So we're going 1.5 units on the single, Force at home to Drua. Then I've got I have a multi. I just reduced the unit stakes there just to 0.75, just to ease us into this multi. I got Blues plus 15.5 versus the Crusaders. I mean, as you know, Crusaders are looking like they're slowly building up to typical Crusaders upward curve towards the playoffs. But the Blues are still really good. I think the Blues should have beaten them in Eden Park last time. They dropped the ball 3 times over the line. I think this is a Crusaders win, but I don't think they blow out the Blues. I think they keep it within 10. Saracens at home to Northampton. I just think Saracens are just the class. They just at home in a knockout. They hardly lose. I think they've lost 2 in the last 12 years. I think they're Northampton. I love Northampton. I love how they play. I love their team, but I don't think they've got the setup and the backbone to match Saracens at the moment. So I like Saracens at home. and Sale as well at home to Leicester. Leicester can be dangerous. Leicester can go to Sale and win, but Sale have had a good season. And again, you talk about the home stuff, but the home records matter. And Sale at home have been formidable. And also, Steve Diamond had a big sulk on Twitter yesterday because it was the English Premiership Awards last night, and none of the Northern teams got any of the bigger prizes. So he's moaned and said the North have been left out. So I think Sale are going to have a bee in their bonnet. And want to prove for the play. Leicester's also North, obviously, or Midlands, but still think Sale. So Sale +6. So we cover the Leicester banana skin. If Leicester win by 3, we still win. I've actually put a little. So I've spoken about this. That I wanted to do a little bit of a big one, a big multi. And I thought, we've got a couple of units in the bag, and I think if one of the first 2 come in, should have a bit of profit, and this won't hurt us if we lose, but if we win, it will be very tasty. So I think Force will win at home. I think Jura will also score and keep the score close within 10. So Force 1-12 to beat the Jura. Tars are at home to the Rebels on Sunday. I think the Tars will win, but I think this is going to be also not a game, not more than a 7 to 8 point win for the Tars. And again, like I just said, Sale at home, Leicester are good. They'll give them a run. So I'm calling these teams to win, but I don't think any of these teams go past 12. And that gives us a 20-1 or 19-1 little treble there, half a unit. So if it comes in, obviously we get about 10 units profit there. So that'll be nice. But that's a little bit of just a fun one. Not a fun one, but it's got a chance. And if it comes in, great. But if not, so we got the other 2 that I'm really confident should land for us. And I've put a lean in here because I was tossing and turning between putting this into the multi or put it in with the Force game, but I thought let's go for a single. Let's keep one there. But a lean is something that we don't put it to the record or it's an official pick. But I do like Chiefs at home against the Reds tomorrow. The Reds are just woeful on defense. The Chiefs at home, Chiefs are good. They're so good at home. The Reds, firstly, they can't tackle and they don't have a tight 5. So the Chiefs are going to get a few roll-in mauls. I can see it, a couple of those. They're going to expose the Reds, and the Reds will probably score as well. So I was thinking of the overs, but the over is 67, which is a lot of points. So I think the Chiefs will land this. I think they get close to 50. This is a lean, so I'm not going to put it to the record. So I've put this as an option for you guys because maybe you guys don't want to play the trebles or the high odds. So if you fancy maybe not playing the treble, play this one. I'm calling this out. If you have alt lines tomorrow, take Chiefs at like over 38 or 39. But that's just the lean. We won't put it to the record. The first 3 are for our record.
Gosh, well there we go. So lots that could happen, lots that might not happen. Hopefully, we are talking about 2 wins next weekend. So thanks, Chris, as always. Yeah, looking good at the moment. So hopefully we bring back another win next week. Right, chaps, just to start sort of finishing up. We talk about the fact that we're backing Leinster to do the job this weekend. We talk about the fact that we're backing Stormers to do. So I think we're actually going to take that comment, which is going to be quite an interesting chat. And Mr. Mikhail was asking us if you had to do a top 5 power rankings. Okay, let me start that again. If you had to do a top 5 power rankings for rugby clubs, what would your top 5 be? So let's try and formulate a top 5 there, people. I think. Okay, who 5 people, and let's try and rank them as well, just for shits and giggles. So teams, I'm going to throw out there, for me, have to be a Leinster, a Crusaders, probably a La Rochelle, given the last 3 years. So for me, that's a 3 there. The question is, for me, who do we add to those 2? Would you guys disagree with any of those not being in a top 5?
Well, we're talking about current form, obviously. Yeah,
like right now. Let's say power rankings, which move up and down. Right now, who are the top 5 clubs in the world?
I agree with the 3 for now.
In that order?
No. Let's just get a 5 first, and then we'll do an order.
Okay. All right. Leinster. So as we said, Leinster, Crusaders, and who was the third one you said?
La Rochelle. That's what I've thrown in.
Yeah. Okay. I'll take that. Sure. Then,
the question is, who do you add to that?
This is quite
obviously Stormers. I mean, come on, obviously.
I think if we go on a current form and winning titles and so on, it's going to have to be a Stormers as well, or 4th. Anyone from the Premiership?
So I mean, Saracens are topping the log at the moment. If I'm not mistaken. Are they
Yeah,
back? For example, you know.
yeah. For me, it's between Saracens and Harlequins. Even the Harlequins have not made the playoffs. They've been playing. They were playing some nice rugby, and they did win the Premiership 2 years ago, was it?
Yeah.
But it's just something about Saracens just doesn't sit right with me. I don't after all the shenanigans,
Yeah.
they're not a team I get behind. I don't like respect is a hard word because you've got to respect what they have achieved, but they're a little bit of a snakes, so like.
Well, would you rather put it?
You know what,
Do
you know
you-
what makes this? You know what makes this quite hard for me is I'm very tempted to say like a Chiefs, but and I'll tell you why. It's just because I wish that we could see them play in Northern Hemisphere a little more. It's very hard to compare and do a worldwide power rankings. If you gave me a Southern and Northern Hemisphere, this would be a lot easier. But now we're in this position where all of us have watched two different hemispheres over some time, and we're all a little confused.
Well, I agree with you, Riza. I think on the back of the last 4 months at least, Chiefs are
Well, they're undefeated this year.
take
They're
it over
they're 10,
Saracens.
they're 10 from 10, I think.
Yeah, well, if we actually be right, if we were to be right on the spot right now and do a power rank, and Chiefs have to be above Saracens and Harlequins. So I agree, Riza. Chiefs would be my 5th. That would be my 5.
And we're leaving Stormers in there. No Toulouse. No, we're not throwing in Premiership. So no Premiership sides, Big. It's a big call. It is a big call.
Yeah. Hey, look, it's very tough, and no one's going to be happy about this. To be honest, I'd love to chuck it to lose in there. It's been up and down between them and a couple of other guys in that French league for a while. But like we said, we've picked one out of the French guys, and La Rochelle are deservedly at the top at the moment. So
yeah. So are we?
The English Prem has been. Sorry, Steve.
Yeah, no, I'm saying so. Are we happy to settle then that we've got Leinster, La Rochelle, Crusaders, Chiefs, Stormers as our 5?
Right now, the power rankings, that would be the top 5.
Right, let's go 1 to 5. 5 Stormers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think you have to be honest here.
No. Yeah. Chiefs would be above. I reckon Chiefs beat Stormers if they played each other.
For me, the next. I mean, as I said, right now, form-wise, Chiefs are 10 from 10. So in theory, form-wise, right now, you should put them ahead of Crusaders. I can tell you right now, if they were to stop the Super Rugby tomorrow and say, listen, COVID's happening in 2 weeks' time, we have to play a final tomorrow, it's Crusaders versus the Chiefs, I'll put all my money on Crusaders. They just don't lose finals. So do we put Chiefs above Crusaders, or are we putting Chiefs at 4, or are we putting
my vote's for La Rochelle at 4.
At 4.
Yeah.
Current European champions, La Rochelle at 4. Okay.
Chiefs 3, Crusaders 2.
I think let's not forget how dangerous New Zealanders are, and sure, La Rochelle are great in their competitions and in their hemisphere. I'm still backing a New Zealand team if they were to go.
I agree. If Crusaders are full strength, if they have their team, like if let's say everything's equal, right? I even think Crusaders beat Leinster in a final as well. I think they just got enough there to do the job. I know it might be controversial, but I think if they played each other, Crusaders will even beat Leinster.
So we're going Crusaders top, we're going Leinster top. So are we agreeing that we're putting Chiefs third?
No.
My 5.
I'm going to put. I would still put Leinster first in the rankings.
Yeah, so would
but
I.
I think if it came down to a big final, I wouldn't be writing off the Crusaders either. It's a pick'em game straight down the bloody middle. But I think Crusaders just seem more so than because. Leinster need to win some more European titles for me. I want to see them beat La Rochelle. Like that's what I really want. If I want to see them, and they deserve to, but I want to see it.
Let's not forget the Crusaders are the best team in the world next to the All Blacks. In terms of honors.
Yeah, but they don't play Curry Cup, man. Tough out here. They don't have to go to Kimberley.
Yeah. No. Just all potch, yeah.
They haven't played well, but they do this every season though. Like they've won 6 on the bounce. But most of those seasons, if you look back, they never start well. And we go, oh, it's not the Satyrs of old. And then before you know it, the bloody buggers have won the thing, right? And they're getting their players back. If Robertson's at the helm, I think next year we might see some changes. But right now, full strength Satyrs, Robertson at the helm. Good luck to anyone who plays them in a final.
So are we going Leinster, Crusaders, Chiefs, La Rochelle, Stormers?
Yeah.
Well, there we go.
That's the one.
The Forever Sports top 5 power rankings. So thanks to Mikhail for the talking point. Yeah, that's more kind of what we want on the show. If you guys, have some interesting questions, stuff like that we can then debate. So that's what I've got. We'll make a little graphic there and we'll throw it out there and cause some controversies, see what everybody has to say. And that pretty much wraps it up, people. That's been another really cool fan forum episode. Chris lost us money last week. He's going to win us money this week. And hopefully
look at the bigger picture, Steve. Keep in the process.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Can't buy my mother a present on Sunday. Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, you just ruined Mother's Day. You ruined Mother's Day.
Trust the process, boys. Look what's on the table this week and stay positive. You told me to be positive last week. Now, now must the negative you. Now we all need to be positive, and we'll get these ones over the line.
well, I hope so, because the end of the month starting to come on the horizon. We might have to do a young withdrawal soon. So yeah, let's keep some W's going.
Maybe you should start winning your golf bets on the golf course. Maybe you should start winning those. Maybe
let's talk about golf. No.
Okay.
We'll find out who won our three-hole battle very soon.
I'm not subsidizing your dodgy golf deals and golf shots through.
That's a subject.
Good times. Right, people, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. This, by the way, if you would like to listen to that, will be on all your favorite streaming platforms: Spotify, Amazon Music, Apple Music, Google Podcasts, everything you can imagine. It is available on audio version as well, so you can stream it all there. It'll be available within the day, by the morning, basically. And then obviously all these different clips are all being uploaded to Forever Rugby, so you can go and check out the betting clip and stuff like that if you need to go and check out your bets and stuff. Chat, thank you very much. To everybody else, we'll see you guys this weekend. At this stage, 2 big watch-alongs, hopefully a couple of other watch-alongs as well. We'll be doing some sevens tomorrow as well. Blitzbox, who have been absolutely dreadful this season, will hopefully be a little bit more on point tomorrow. They're playing against, I think it's France, in the evening, and they've got a USA, I think, in the afternoon, or it's Saturday. It's got a very cool pool though, so that should be quite cool to get back into some sevens. And yeah, we will see you guys all next time. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. For today's preview, Stormers versus Connacht, the first URC semi-final of the year. And 2 injury-enforced changes for the Stormers. A 5-3 split. And 2 very important players who are missing. For Connacht, it's an unchanged 23. So they're going as full strength as they can. And the same team that beat Ulster away last weekend. They'll be looking to try and do it once again this weekend. This time down in Cape Town. And it'll be very interesting to see how the Stormers cope without the 2 very important players we're going to talk about in just a second. But before we look at the 2 teams and talk a little bit about the matchups and what we can expect this weekend, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. We'll start with the Stormers team, shall we? Who are the home side. And you'll see 2 very big names missing there. In the number 5 jersey, no Marvin Orie. In the number 6 jersey, no Dion Fourie. For me, these are 2 of the 5 most important players to this team. For various reasons. First of all, I think Dion Fourie is arguably their most important player. I think that he's somebody who they missed the most. Look, I think Steven Kitsop, for example, Mike Ebok, David Willemse are probably their best players, I think, alongside Dion Fourie as well, obviously. But I think Dion Fourie is someone who they don't have a replacement for. That's the biggest problem. I think there are certain players, when they're missing, there are decent replacements, but I think missing out on Dion Fourie, for example, I think they're gonna struggle in the breakdown. We kind of were very good last weekend. I mean, Ulster lost a lot of breakdown. And I think Vinny Obrecht's a very good player. He's not an number 6. Number Clubber was available, and they had him playing. I think they'd probably feel a lot better about life. But Marvin Orie not being there is huge from a set piece perspective. He's the best line operator in the country. Let's just put it like that. And let's be quite frank about it. We need, he is the best line jumper we've got in the country, and especially with Joseph Dwebe, who struggled in the initial stages. I think he's been very important in building up his confidence and the fact that they didn't miss a single line out last week at all. So that's been a very big loss. So if you look at the side, Stephen Kitsoff, Joseph Drewer, Francois Herbert, it's an unchanged Springbok front row. Ruben van Heerden has been very impressive. Marvin Ory is replaced by Ben Jason Dixon. So I think in terms of your on-field play, everything apart from the lineouts, I don't think the Stormers lose much. I think Ben Jason Dixon has been brilliant this season. I think he will offer exactly the same physicality. I think he'll be as good in defense, if not maybe even a bit better. But they're going to lose out on a very good lineout jumper. Billy Engelbrecht as well brings a lot of physicality, probably a little bit more than Deon Fourie does in terms of a brute strength type ball carrier, but not nearly as good at the breakdown, not as quick around the park, doesn't bring the same sort of energy. Hashiba Daimani, therefore, is going to have a very big game in terms of upping the energy, getting into that sort of loose positions and the wider channels, which he does so well. Evan Lewis is going to have to be a big combative this weekend. I think that, I'm very much looking forward to the number 8 battle. Because I think that Evan Lewis is hopefully got a couple of games on his belt, should hopefully be up to his best. And I thought that Kian Prendergast is also a very young number 8. That should be a very nice matchup between those two. Herschel Yankees, Mani Liebach, I thought they were both absolutely superb last weekend. I said in the fan forum last week that Herschel Yankees had to start if they wanted to get the best out of this team. He did, and I thought he played really well. Mani Liebach as well, full of confidence, playing some of his best rugby at the moment last weekend. Leon Zas back on the score sheet last weekend next to Angela Davis on the other side. David Willems is so good. And then the incredibly informed Dan du Plessis next to Ruan now. So it's a good Stormers side, but they are going to miss those two. I think they've still got enough. Connacht will still have to play exceptionally well to beat them. But I think Stormers should have enough without Marvin Ory and Deon Fourie, but they need to make sure those two are back for the final if they do make it that far. Off the bench, JJ Kotzer, Ali Vermaak, Netling Bashir. They're going with the 5-3 split. So Connor Evans and Marcel Tennyson. And then they've got Paul DeBet, Johnny du Plessis comes into the side, and Sasha Famer and Gomez Zulu. So it's a bit more of a balanced bench. There are options. Johnny du Plessis can play at 10 and 15 as well. Famer and Gomez Zulu can play at 15, at 12, 10. David Vincent can switch onto the wing. So they've got a lot of options that they need to from a backline perspective. And pretty decent options in the forward pack from a replacement point of view. Not quite the same impact, though, when you've got a Billy Engelbrecht, Ben Jason Dixon coming off the bench compared to Connor Evans and Marcel Tennyson, good players, not quite the same sort of caliber. If we look at the Connacht side, I said unchanged 23. So Dennis Buckley, Dave Heffernan, and Finley Beelum. That Beelum versus Kitsoff should be a really interesting battle. Josh Murphy, Niall Murray, the two locks. Seamus Hurley-Langton, I thought was absolutely brilliant last weekend. He's going to be very important to them. Connor Oliver as well. Kian Prendergast, I thought was very impressive. Colin Blade, I thought was quite good. Partners Jack Carty. Matt Hansen, he's the man to watch, isn't he? John Porch had a bit of a poor game last weekend, I felt. But gets another opportunity. Bundy Aki is going to be very combative, and they're going to have to make sure they handle him well. Tom Farrell outside him has got a good turn of pace. Tiernan O'Halloran at full back will be looking to do plenty of running. Then off the bench, the man with an impact will be Dylan Tierney-Martin, Jordan Duggan, Jack Ungia, Oisin Darling, Jared Butler, Kieran Marmion, Tom Daly, and Byron Ralston. It's a decent Connacht side. We spoke a little about in the fan forum last night. I think the only worry if I'm a Connacht fan is, did they... was it too much for them last weekend? Is this now a step too far? I thought they really had to empty the tank last weekend. They put in a really good performance. If they can replicate that, I have no doubt that they can give the Stormers a real go and can win. But can they lift themselves with the travelling and produce a similar level of performance that they did a week ago, which is what they're going to need to do to beat the Stormers? Let me know what your score predictions are down in the comments below. Please do smash like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen. I'll chat to you soon. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. But today's how to watch video, Stormers versus Connacht, the first semi-final of the 2022-23 URC is on Saturday at the DHL Cape Town Stadium. The good news is that both semi-finals are being shown on a free-to-air broadcaster. You can catch Stormers versus Connacht live on TG4, which is a live a free panel that is available for anyone that's located in the UK and Ireland. If you're outside the territories, you can still watch the channel, but you have to use something called a VPN. Now, before we show you exactly how to watch it, and lots of people, I think you had about almost 10 or 11 people using this last week and for the first time. and talking about how the fact that it was so easy and it works to be able to watch those quarterfinals. So don't miss any of the semi-final action. First things first, you got to download a VPN, which is a virtual private network. Basically, that will geolocate your device to make it seem as if you are in a different location. And so in this circumstance, you'll be able to make it seem as if you are in the UK or Ireland. So you can download ExpressVPN, link in the description. That is the one we recommend using because it's tried to test and work. And it's going to look something like this. Once you downloaded it, and by the way, I recommend getting the 12-month subscription. First of all, you'll get an extra 3 months free. We also do videos on how to watch Rugby Championship and the entire Rugby World Cup on a free-to-air broadcaster. So get yourself ExpressVPN, and you can watch the entire World Cup for free. Once you download it, you're going to go to that little 3 dots on the right. That's going to bring up a list of locations, and you're going to choose either Ireland or the UK. I've currently got to connect to Ireland, and then you're going to go to the link in the description to TG4, and hey presto, you literally just go there, you go and you watch it, and there it is. I've got sound going over here at the moment, some random cartoon going on. It is an Irish language channel, so the commentary will be in Irish, so we recommend just throwing it on and then coming and watching our watch along. I'll be right for both the URC semi-finals this weekend, so you can come and join me and get on all the action. If you have any questions, put them down in the comments below. Apart from that, check our description for a step-by-step guide. It's got all the links you need to be able to watch all the action live. Don't wait until kickoff to suddenly panic and not know what to do to be able to watch the game. It's really, really easy. As I said, if you have any questions, put them in the comments below. But apart from that, we will see you this weekend. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen, and I'll chat to you soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. It is that time, isn't it? It is that time, ladies and gentlemen. We are talking about URC semi-final time and kickoff in just a few minutes. Welcome, people, to what I hope is going to be our biggest stream of the year so far. Probably the most important match of the year from a South African perspective, and a very, very important game. And the question is, can the Stormers live up to their billing? Can they really perform today? Can they pitch up? Can they get the job done? Or will Connacht be able to surprise them and get a shock? It would be a bit of a shock victory, wouldn't it be? That's the question. So welcome to the stream. If you are new, please do subscribe to the channel as well. We've got a poll running in the comments. Please do go and vote on it and let me know who you are supporting and who you're backing to get the job done. Connacht busy walking out as we speak to the Cape Town Stadium. So very exciting times here, people. Get into the comments. Let me know where you're watching from. Let me know who you're supporting. What are we drinking today? I think I'm about to open a Beza. I might get a young beer, get a bit of hops going, you know. And who's joining me? Am I drinking alone, or is it Saturday? Is it Saturday fun day? Are we gonna get some drinks? Are we gonna get going here? Let me know if you guys are keen and if you're in for this, because I don't be drinking alone, but I will if I have to. So yeah, let's just sort of settle into this, shall we? Here come the Stormers. We'll go to the teams in just a bit. Two injury enforced changes to the Stormers, which I think they should be able to cope without, but are two very important players. I think that, you know, if they can get past this week, two very vital players that they'll need to try and get back for next weekend, because I think without them they might struggle up against Leicester. That is where they're going. That's what we assume, but who knows? There could also be an upset on the card later. So the Stormers are out. And as they also huddle around Stephen Kitsoff in what could very well be his final game at the DHL Cape Town Stadium. Should we go to the team, shall we, before kickoff, which is supposed to be now, actually, as the teams do take a moment. Let's go to the Stormers team. So the two changes are no Marvin Ory, no Dion Free. As a result, it's Stephen Kitsoff, Joseph Taber, Frans Maherber, Ben Jason Dixon, Ruben van Heerden, Willie Engelbert, Kachiva Daimani, and Evan Lewis as the Stormers pack. Herschel Yankees, Monty Buck is your halfback pairing. Leon Zas, Angelo David, Damien Villains for your back three. In the centres, it is Dan Duplessis and Ruan now. Off the bench, JJ Kotzer, Alistair Vermaak, Nathan Boucher, Connor Evans, Marcel Tennyson, Paul DeVet, Jean-Luc Duplessis, and Shasha Fambengama Zulu. Going with a 5-3 split as opposed to the usual 6-2 6-2 that we are quite used to seeing from the Stormers. Connacht have gone with an unchanged 23 though. So it's Dennis Buckley, Dave Heffernan, Finley Beanley, Josh Murphy, Niall Murray, Seamus Hurley-Langton, I thought was really good last weekend. Connor Oliver, Kian Prendergast, Colin Blade, Jack Carty, Mac Hansen, John Porter, 2 wings, Bundy Aki, Tom Farrell in the centres, Tiernan O'Halloran at full back. Mike Adams, by the way, is the referee today. For the bench for Connacht, it is Dylan Tinney Martin, Jordan Duggan, Jack Ungia, Oisin Darling, Jared Butler, Kieran Marmion, Tom Daly, and Byron Ralston. Right, Stormers will be playing left to right. And looks like they'll be receiving kickoff. And as we're waiting here, before we get things underway, Connacht right to left, ball in hand. Let's get going. Please do smash like on the video, by the way. If you're new, do subscribe to the channel as well. Let's get as many subscribers as possible. I see we're already past that 24,800 mark. We want to try and get 25,000 by the end of the month. So please be part of that. There it is. There is kickoff. The first URC semi-final of 2023 is underway. And it's a good touch for Dan du Plessis. Let's go. He's been very impressive so far as Dan du Plessis. Very excited to see how if he's going to pitch up today. Yankees first kick and first clearance, and it's a good one as well. I thought that he was very good last weekend in the playoffs with Yankees. Somebody who I think, is playing a lot better in the last few months. And hopefully this is a bit of a turning point in his career where he can sort of just get back to sort of that form that he showed that got him into the World Cup squad. I'm going to get myself a beer. And thankfully I've got the fridge right on hand here, people. So we've got a constant supply of beverages. Early line, good take as well. Therefore, Josh Murphy, ball over the top here, a bit of a tester. And ball bounces on the ready ball. Dylan Zast has done brilliantly to pop the ball up, but he's under a bit of pressure at the breakdown. Stormers do well to retain it. Yankees does get there. He goes to Josh Drebber. Oh, it's gone straight through their hands. Early nerves there from the big hooker, and that's the first mistake from him. I thought he was pretty good last weekend. That's a horrible mistake. We are going to have our first set piece of the day, though. And that should be interesting to see. You just see he just looks up as the ball gets to him, and that's a really poor mistake from the Springbok hooker. He's a lot better than that. A reminder, if you're looking to watch the game, check out the description. We do have a guide for you. We're going to end the poll in about the next sort of 10 minutes so that we can see exactly what everybody reckons is going to happen with the result. We're going to be running polls throughout the game, so it should be quite cool to see what everybody has to say and everybody thinks. Great, this is all we need. Supersport having a couple of issues with the stream here. Reset scrum over there wasn't particularly steady, so they're going to have another one yet. But this is going to be an interesting part. I'm going to open the beer in the meantime. Can we just wait for that that sound? Are you ready? Are you ready to be right by the mic? Oh, that's phenomenal, isn't it? That is absolutely phenomenal. Cheers to a good game, people. I expect that to taste a lot worse, actually. I got home at 3 in the morning today. Look at me. Look at me. Living my life. Living my best life out here, people. Home at 3 o'clock. Back on the beers. Penalty for Connacht at the scrum. And they will have an early opportunity for points here. It's a really good start for them as well. Gets against France Malherbe. So penalty for collapse in the scrum. And shock and horror, they will be taking the points. Jack Carty, the captain today for Connacht, has pointed to the poll saying, we're going to get going here. You can see France Malherbe trying to get the better and just his feet just collapsing underneath him. A pretty easy penalty to give away. What you call, I suppose. Buckets, here we go. Buckets. Oh, swish, swish. Buckets, boys and girls. Hopefully there's girls in here. The only girls, there's no, because I always say boys, and I don't mean that really specifically to the male gender. It's more just a term of endearment to everybody out there on the stream. You know what I'm saying? Right, Jack Carty, the captain of Connacht. It's first kick off the match. It's bang in front. It should be no issues. It should be Connacht taking the lead, which means the Stormers will have to come from behind if they are to win this game. Jack Carty measuring up his first one in the 4th minute. Looks like a pretty good crowd coming in as well. Jack Carty head down straight through, and he gets the first points of the game. So Connacht do get the scoreboard going. It looks like they'll cover a decent away support there as well. And we have points on the board. Very nice start from Connacht. An early mistake from Stormers, and I think the important thing when it comes to playoffs is you've got to make those mistakes count. So Stormers make a mistake, just knocking it on. Scrum penalty, kick the points over, 3 points. Now the Stormers are going to get into Connacht's half for the first time. Martin Leibach with ball in hand. He goes down pretty central, pretty flat as well. Interesting kick straight into the hands of Jack Carty, who did get the scoreboard ticking, and he finds a decent clearance pretty much just before the halfway line. Good news, by the way, is that the field is looking a lot better there. I think that whatever they've managed to do in the last week, it does look a lot better than it did a week ago. And hopefully that it will really sort of hold well underfoot, and it should be a really good, hopefully really good conditions for some good running rugby. Ben Jason Dixon, first line, and Hershey Yankees under a lot of pressure. They're getting away from two, though. Done very well there, has the scrum up, and he gets away to Evan Ruiz. Solid carry from him. Quick ball out from Hershey Yankees, but they come quickly. They're trying to put pressure on him. Pretty sure there's a knock on there. Monty Leibach's come away with it, and the ball's gone backwards and eventually fallen to Matt Hansen. Monty Leibach's got kicked to the head. Well, this is very messy. But pressure being put on John Porch there. Very, very surprised there were no knock-ons in that. Inside ball there. Big tackle coming here from Frans Maherber. It's a good tackle, and it needs to be a good tackle on Murray. Now Blade back to Carty. Carty going to the boot. Outside the 22s, can't find touch. Going on the left-hand side there. Marty Leibach getting across there. Sorry, it's Damien Williams. The first touch of the ball here for Damien Williams. What can he conjure up? Oh, it's a horrible pass, but an equally terrible catch there or attempted catch from Angelo Davis. Turnover ball here for Connacht. Lots of early nerves here for the Stormers, which it was a bit surprising. Meanwhile, Connacht has settled in very nice. Big carry there coming from Ken Prendergast. Hit hard in the tackle by Stephen Kitsov, Ruben van Heerden, and Evan Ruiz adding his weight there as well. And struggling to roll Evan Ruiz, so ball is available for Colin Blade, so no penalty advantage or anything there. Slow ball this for Connacht. Now pretty direct from Conor Oliver. Left-hand side, Matt Hansen, who was so good having to step away and around Buckley. He was receiving some treatment, so we will stop play there and go to have a scrum. It'll be a Connacht scrum. Early nerves a little bit here from Stormers. Not settled into the game particularly well. A couple of rookie mistakes, a couple of knock-ons there. We're going to end the poll, and we are going to end the poll there. 500 votes, 86% people thinking that the Stormers will get the victory, and I hope so. I'd like to see. Obviously, we'd like to see a South African team in that final. And in fact, the penalty for tackling out the ball, so that's a silly mistake as well from the Stormers. And Connacht not finding touch though, so it's another mistake. And Dan Williams are right up against the touchline, looking to try and keep this in. Goes down the left-hand side. Thankfully, the bounce of the ball has done a hollow in a little bit there. So John Porch not going to come away with it, and he gets away from one. Still going as John Porch runs into Ruben van Heerden. Evan Ruiz trying to get over that ball, not supporting his body weight. He's going to, I think he needs to be careful there. And not the best pass, but and good to rush the fence. Angelo Davis, though, Bundy actually getting away from one. Damien Williams having to come and make the tackle. Now Colin Blade, seeing a bit of space on the left-hand side, does go to the boot, and there is nobody back. This is a bit of a foot race. Monty Leibach's trying his best to get there. The ball's coming loose to the kick to head there. Hershey Yankees is going to win the race, and he's going to dot down. In fact, he hasn't dotted down. No, it does sort of a goal line dropout. Well, I'll tell you what, it doesn't get much more nervy than this for the Stormers, who look a little bit like deers in the headlights at the moment. A couple of really poor mistakes. Yeah, he hasn't put that ball down. I think that's a bit harsh. He's trying to keep this alive and trying to find a clearance. So it's a bit frustrating, I think, to assume that he had dotted the ball down, where I don't think he had. Welcome, Francois Martinez, member of the Freedom Sports Members Club. If you'd like to support the channel, then please do consider becoming a member. And in terms of support, well, I'll tell you what, it looks like a pretty good crowd in there at the DHL Stadium. But at the moment, the Stormers are a little nervy in the early stage. And you settle into the game, a lot of rugby to play. Monty Leibach going pretty high and wants to make this quite contestable. Just outside the 22. It's a really good take there from Heffernan. So Connacht with ball in hand. And in fact, penalty for the Stormers. Holding on. Oh, Stephen Kitsov, spicy plum over that ball, winning the penalty. As I said, it could very well be his final game at the stadium. And in in Cape Town for the Stormers. So a very important game for him. But he does say, very much he wants to take the emotion out of it, just focus on getting the victory, getting themselves into that final, getting themselves in position to try and win another URC. People, I'll be back in 2 seconds. I just want to make sure that our other stream is going to be working. So give me 2 seconds. Right, I'm back. And it's a turnover ball, by the way. That's a missed line-off for the Stormers. This is what I said. Marvin always going to be so important. I'm not having him. And David shot up the line. And a lot of space down here. And Holland comes inside. Matt Cancel with a bit of space. Connacht into Stormers territory. Now in behind a couple of forwards. Jack Carter, he's seen space down the right-hand side. Has launched it with the boot. I think he was inside his own half. I think it should be carried back, if I'm not mistaken. So it's not a 50-22. It will be a Stormers ball. Well, I'll tell you what. This has been a very, very good start here for Connacht and a very nervy start from Stormers. So there's still a lot of ready to play, obviously, so no need to panic or anything yet. But at this stage, very impressed with what I'm seeing from the men in green. They look up for it. Right, just the driver. And that's another flopping lineup, but it does fall to Hershey Yankees. Hershey Yankees passing out to Moy firing out to Ruan now. Ruan steps inside. A lot of pressure being applied by Connacht. Ruan now is hit well behind the gain line there. It's lost a few meters here at Connacht. Now Yankees goes to Marvin Liebach, who's fumbled it. Marvin Liebach gives it away to Dan Phillips, who's knocked it on. Oh my goodness, this is absolute amateur hour here from the Stormers. Well, they got tightened up because this was really, really poor so far. Oh, who would have expected this? I mean, you expect a bit of nerves in a semi-final. But Martin Liebach, this has gone straight through his hands. And then under a lot of pressure, just tosses it up to Damien Willems. Again, also then fumbles it forward. And look at the supporters. They can't believe what they're seeing at the moment because it's been absolutely dreadful. 10 minutes in, and right now, very nervy coaching staff, and rightly so. A big hit there. Remember last time there was a scrum penalty against Brass by Herbert, so Stormers need to. This is very unstable. I'd be very surprised they don't reset this. Yeah, there is comes the reset. No, said Stormers are shook. Imagine the box team starting like this. Yeah, no, listen, people would be having absolute meltdowns. People will be saying that we're going to lose and there's no hope. So it is only a 3-point game, but at this stage, the Stormers really need to find a couple of decent touches just to just to settle in. Really, I mean, you guys are playing at home. You've won a URC, so you don't think that too many players should be so shell-shocked by the occasion. But that's exactly what they look like at the moment. So a couple of good moments needed: a big scrum, a couple of good carries, just something to try and sort of settle the nerves a little bit. And let them sort of just remind themselves at the end of the day, it is just another game of rugby. Yes, there's a lot more at stake, but you can't let it build you can't build yourself up to making it too big of an occasion. Keir Brennan got off the back there. Billy Engelbrecht chop tackle on him. Very, very nice defense there. Popping up now. Strong carry there coming, I think, from Hurley Langton. Kind of 5 meters out. It's a good tackle being made there. Pick up and go. Evan Rose trying to get his arms over the couple of ball carries and get his hands on the ball there. Keeping it very direct here, Connacht. Finley beating with hands on the ball. It's a really good carry from him. Ball's available for Blade. Blade wants to go to the left-hand side. Jack Carter's made a call. Ball out to wide there to the top there. Matt Hansen over in the corner. And I think that's a brilliant finish. They went to the forwards. They went through a couple of phases. And as soon as the long pass went to hand, Matt Hansen, you're always going to back him. I mean, he's one of the best wings in the world at the moment from a form perspective. He goes over in the corner. Perfect start for Connacht. Horrible start for the Stormers. Game very much on. Having said that, we are going to have a check, though. We are going to have a check to see if the grounding is okay. For me, it looked like a pretty good finish. He dove for the corner. Yeah, brilliant finish. Absolutely brilliant finish there. No issues whatsoever. The try will stand. Well, here we go. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Not the start the Stormers would have expected, but that pass out wide, Angelo Davis has got left him so much space out wide. And you can see, I mean, the celebrations were coming. As soon as Mac Hansen, you don't want to give someone like Mac Hansen that kind of space. Not with the form he's in at the moment. Just playing such good rugby. It's a great finish. Absolutely great finish. No longer saying, let's go kind of great start. Loving this. Thought we get more by Stormers, to be honest. Yeah, I think it'll be good. Look, it's a playoff game, so you never want to say it's going to be particularly one-sided, but the Stormers just haven't really rocked up so far. So an early 8-point lead for the away side. We said last week that was their perfect performance, and the panel said that they had doubts about whether they could replicate the level of performance. If they could, that they could beat the Stormers. There's no doubt about the fact that they could beat the Stormers, but they'd have to replicate that level of performance from last weekend. Tell you what, the first 40 minutes is anything to go by. It looks like they can. The question is, can they hold this up for 80 minutes, or can Stormers mount a bit of a comeback? And they've knocked it back from the kickoff. That's a really good kickoff on the Stormers. Back to Hershey Yankees, who fires that wide to Marty Liebach. Right, Marty Liebach options. Decides to chip over the top. And it's an awkward bounce, and it comes into Ruan now. He throws it back inside. Willie Engelbrecht, that's an intelligent little tap back from Willie Engelbrecht as well. Ruben van Heerden eventually coming away with the ball. That's very good handling from the Stormers. Now Hershey Yankees. Going to Liebach. Liebach now to Willemser. Willemser steps inside. He's got support as well from Hershey Yankees. Hershey Yankees into the 22. Good carry there. That's much better now. Evan Roos trying to pick up and go, but leaving the ball behind. Francois Herbert now caught on it. So by the 22 here, Hershey Yankees goes to Evan Roos. This is a bit better from the Stormers. David Villains to the man who made the initial break. Now Angelo Davis getting involved in the action, getting a few yards as well. Inside from Ben Jason Dixon to Stephen Kitzel. A couple of really strong carries. Evan Roos tripping with that pick up and going, then getting onto its feet and driving hard. Don't think there's much of a release there, but the ball is available. Hershey Yankees now to Monty Liebach. Monty Liebach seeing with space out wide towards Angelo Davis. And he's over. That is brilliant. That is brilliant. Look at the celebrations. While Monty Liebach take a bow, the Stormers have arrived. Much, much better from them. There we go. Game on. Well, that felt like it was a bit out of nowhere. I mean, as I said, to have played so poorly in the first 10 minutes, that was champagne rugby. And shout out first of all to the kick. I mean, it wasn't the nicest kick. It was pretty flat, fired out wide, and on the run there, straight into Angelo Davis' hand. Over. Look at the celebration. Exactly the kind of moment they needed. Much better. Well, I'll tell you what. So far, 15 minutes. And 13 points, 13 points and counting. This has been quite the match. And you can see really intelligent from Monty Liebach. Apparently it's very windy there, which is why the ball is being held for Monty Liebach for his conversion. That's why he's opting to keep that cross kick very low, so just firing it out towards Angelo Davis as opposed to a lofted kick with a... And he's put that very far right to begin with. Brought it back very nicely, straight through the middle. That's a brilliant kick. It's a 1-point game, ladies and gentlemen. Stormers are trailing 7 points to 8, but that is a perfect type of moment. Look at this cross kick. Keeping it low. So much space out wide. Bang, into the breadbasket of Angelo Davis, who just has to catch and go over. That could be a catalyst for the Stormers. Right, well, 16 minutes, almost 17 minutes to go. And 15 points on the board. Restart straight to Hershey Young, who's got a bit of time to find a good clearance. It does take a bit of a bounce and rolls out inside Connacht half. That's a very good kick from Hershey Yankees. And it's amazing how you talk about your big players when it comes to big matches. And a couple of stand-up moments there. That Damien Willemser carry inside to Hershey Yankees game over the advantage line. It was a good pick up and carry from Evan Roos, Stephen Kitsoff as well. And then Monty Liebach, your playmaker, one of the most important players on the Stormers side with that cross kick. So when you're under pressure, you need your big players to stand up. Hurley Langton spinning around the tackle there. Right up to the halfway line. Quick ball this now. A lot of options, but so Ruan now's come up really well. Made the tackle. And now Farrell under a bit of pressure, getting away from a couple. Eventually runs into Chiwa Diamani, Ruben van Heerden, they're trying to hold him up. Now Blade. Bundy Aki, right. Matt Canton sees half again. Matt Canton is through. Billy Engelbrecht desperately trying to get across there. The tackle does come from Leland Zatz. Steven Kitsov is there, but the ball is available. Connacht past the 10-meter line. Hurley Langton now carrying it strongly. Dan DBC throwing Heffernan to the ground. Not too many options for Carty. Wants to go to the boot there. Marty Liebach is scrambling. It's a really, really good kick from Carty. It's gone out on the 5-meter line. So a defensive line for the Stormers, which given the fact that the lines have been a bit sketchy so far, is a really good result. Jack Carty, I've actually been very impressed with a couple of touches I've seen from him. Right, now big moment this year for Joseph Weber. Right, and over the top there, it does fall back to Evan Ruiz. Wasn't the cleanest lineup, but the Stormers do have it. That's the main thing. Now Hershey Yankees. He's got Ben Jason Dixon as a blocker there. He needs to find a good clearance. Decides to go himself. That's even Diamani with a bit of a call. Diamani looking to run outside the 22. He's got Joseph Weber with him in support. Making a couple of meters here as well. Ben Jason Dixon now. Nice big carry from him. Hershey Yankees firing back to Liebach. Liebach going to the boot. Slipping though. And after complimenting the pitch, it does look like it's been cut up quite a lot now. Now Matt Hansen with a bit of space. Shifting around and then runs straight into Angelo David. Very upright in the tackle. Getting away from it. Eventually brought down from Ruben van Heerden. Evan Lewis there, the assistant tackler. Quick ball from Warren Blade. Heffernan goes himself. Runs into Steven Kitsov. Steven Kitsov makes the tackle. Ben Jason Dixon trying to slow things down at the breakdown there. The breakdown was a very interesting point for Connacht. I thought they were very good there last week. It's a big tackle on Bundy Aki. And penalty for Connacht, not rolling is the call. I think he was allowed to have a go there, Hershey Yankees, but there's other players not rolling with the issue. I think it's Frans Malherbe yet. So Billy Engelbrecht does pretty well. As it goes down, he stands up. Frans Malherbe is sort of caught in that. I think it's almost a bit harsh, you know. I think that Frans Malherbe has had rolled to the side enough to not really be playing much of a role there. Right, penalty though for Connacht. Jack Carty finds a touch, and it looks like it's going to be just inside the 22. We're going to break and play for an injury. So taking a while to get to the line-out chat. 20 minutes in. Pretty good half so far. Quite exciting for player of rugby. I mean, player of rugby can often be, you don't want to use the word boring, but tight, tense, low-scoring affairs, for example, are often not try-fest necessarily. So it's cool to see that so far it has been that. I mean, I think last week's Ulster game was a very traditional type of sort of playoff game. Very tight, very sort of physical. Kind of had a bit of a test match minus the skills there. Lots of knock-ons there happening. It wasn't the best display of skills in that game, but a real playoff game which could have gone either way very quickly. So far, we've seen a bit more openness about this game. Still taking quite a while. Dave Heffernan's got ball in hand. Finley Bean now arriving, leading the pack. There's Buckley into picture as well. Kieran Prendergast, I've been very impressed with the young number 8. Right, they go to the front of the line. A good take there from Murphy. Looking for the rolling more. Kind of looks pretty well set as well. Now it comes to a stop, and a big counter shot coming out from the Stormers. Once is the corner, they're going to have to use it here, Connacht. Very, very nice defense on the Stormers. Colin Blade goes to Bundyake, first receiver, goes short to Farrell. Dan Duplessis making the tackle. Just outside 22 now, Connacht. Colin Blade looking for options, wants to go right. Directly with the options. Eventually, an option does appear, but it's a good tackle from Evan Roos. So lost a couple of meters there at Connacht. Good defense here from the Stormers. Now Oliver getting away from one and hit hard in the tackle then by Ben Jason Dixon. He gets up as well and leads a bit of a counter ruck. So they lost a few meters here at Connacht. Very impressive performance. Now another big tackle. This time Evan Roos and Billy Engelbrecht helping out. Going backwards right now at Connacht. Not options for Colin Blade as well. He's caught in the tackle. They look to try and hold him up. Stephen Kitsov's got arms on those balls. In fact, he's actually turning it. Joseph Davis come away with it. He throws a long pass out towards Maya Liebach. Maya Liebach goes to the boot. This needs to sit down. It's going to sit down just inside. That's a great kick from Maya Liebach. Mac Hansen rather is retreating. Mac Hansen up to a full steam, but brought down by Ruan Nell and Angelo Davis. So kind of all the way back inside their own half. Very, very good steal earlier from Stephen Kitsov. Now looking to rebuild. Ben's Buckley. A nice big tackle on him from Joseph Drever. Carty going short. Finley beat him. Inside ball to Conor Oliver. Read really well by Billy Engelbrecht. He's defended very well so far as the number 6. Now they go short to Prendergast. Stephen Kitsov looking to try and counteract there. Told to leave it. Colin Blade going out wide. And hands and a bit of a fumble there. Heppenance Peter taken from underneath him. Ben Jason Dixon. They have a penalty advantage. I think knock-on advantage for Connacht. An old tip over the top. Leland Zas gives it inside. Damien Willemser. Damien Willemser stepped away from Mac Hansen. Damien Willemser trying to find a bit of space. Spinning away from one tackle. Getting the off-foot away. Brilliant as well. Ruben van Heerden. He also gets the off-foot away to Evan Roos. Really good handling there from the Stormers. Quick ball here for Hershey Yankees. Out towards Mine Liebach. To Damien Willemser. Damien Willemser. Ball in one hand. Good tackle from Porsche. Down the right-hand side here now. The Stormers looking to go back in field. They do go to Ruben van Heerden at first receiver. Mine Liebach goes flat to Stephen Kitsov. Big hit from me, but he gets the off-foot away. Oh, great hands there. Ball over the top of Mine Liebach. To Leon Zas, who can't hold on. It was really good handling, really good pace of play there from the Stormers. And the final pass was not going to ham, but that's a nice innovation. Great couple of touches there. That turning sort of offload from Achio Daimani was perfect. Right, Vinny Engelbrecht there is down and receiving some treatment. Looks like he's had a whack on the knee, and doesn't look particularly happy. I think he started pretty well. He's the man that's in for Dion Ferree, who's a huge part of the Stormers side. So it's quite a big player to try and fill the shoes of. But I think so far he's done very well. Interesting stats there. Connacht with 63% of possession so far. Stormers with 57%. So Connacht have very much dominated the possession and probably the territory as well. Stormers do seem to be growing in confidence though. If you look at this try earlier, it was a great pass out wide. Right, got some of the comments over here. No longer saying it's only been. Oh, we actually restarted. Francois Herber, bit of a messy lineup there for Connacht, and Colin Blade has to go in, which means that Heffernan, I think it is, comes in at scrum off. Good tackle there being made by Francois Herber. I lie. It's not Francois Herber. I think it was Ruben van Heerden. Jack Carty going to the boot. Not too many options there. Underneath it is Leon Zas, who goes inside there in Willemser. He's had pretty good touches so far. He was lifted high for Leon Zas to go chase. Will swirl up in that area. And it has been a fumble by Jack Carty. The ball's come loose. Penalty as well. Offside. Very, very good kick from Damien Willemser. Yeah, ball going straight through the hands of Carty. Probably the first mistake he's made so far, the Connacht captain. Going forward, and then Oliver, the man in an offside position, then grabbing the ball. Interesting decision, yeah. It's actually inside field, so it should be pretty kickable. So I want to imagine that they'll go for the 3 points here, the Stormers. Yeah, here comes the kicking team. But no longer saying it's only being shown on the Irish language channel over, and I'm shaky at best. I'm using your commentary. Well, there we go. I think that's the whole point. Is you throw the game on and you mute the commentary and check on the alternative commentary with beer and everything. I'm going to have to get another one soon. Pierre Britt say, Money is on the money. Soft pen, that was from earlier. Come on, Connacht says, Richard Louis. Francois saying, thank you, brother, for keeping us posted while working this side. Absolute pleasure. And Paul Duplessis throwing his support behind the Stormers. Right, so Judah Armani is holding the ball on the top of the kicking key for Marnie Liebach. This to put Stormers in the lead for the first time on the 25-minute mark. It's like 2 meters towards the left, pretty straightforward. Marnie Liebach, head down, straight down the middle. The Stormers faithful rises and celebrate the 3 points. They do go into the lead. And much, much better second 10 minutes, or second 15 really, period for the Stormers now. Right, so from 8 points to 0, the Stormers are now 10 points to 8 up. Marnie Liebach from the restart doesn't find touch. I think it's O'Halloran now. He's going to have a bit of a go. Drifting outside, we're trying to find a bit of space. The bench decides to cut inside. Chiba Diamani away to the threat though. Out toward the 10-meter line. Good carry. Heffernan now running into Billy Engelbrecht, who is okay to continue so far. Jack Carty going behind Bundy Aki. Strong carry there from Farrell. Getting past the 10-meter line. Ball back inside. Prendergast inside. Very big tackle coming from Joseph Weber. That's nice physicality. Bundy Aki now. Head down. Ruin now. Being driven back a few yards. Play to Heffernan. Going into their sixth phase now, Connacht. Carty short. And it's a good tackle being made on Murray. Now Blade looking for options. Goes down the right side once again to his fly half. Curly Langton. Tackle coming from Ben Jason Dixon. Billy Engelbrecht as well, who's trying to roll. Blade, I think, was trying to win a penalty there, but the referee not having any of it. Now Porch. Runs into Stephen Kitson and Joseph Weber, and as you can imagine, coming off second best in that collision. Hurley Langton runs into Francois Herber. This is what it looks like when you run into a fridge. Blade. Carty, not too many options, so decides to go to the boot down the middle. Marnie Liebach is coming across. Ball needs to... he's done very well there, Marnie Liebach, getting it away from a couple. Now he puts the kick in behind. He's turned Hello, and he's leading the chase himself. Leland Zatz, Angela Davis on either side. And Halloran's going to look for a touch here. Dan Duplessis takes it quickly. Damien Willemser back inside. Dan Duplessis. Dan Duplessis. First wheel's going to run. Dan Duplessis down the left-hand side. Inside ball to Herschel Yankees. To Marnie Liebach. Marnie Liebach's going to go under the poles here. Well, that is Stormers rugby at its best. The counter-attack. Look at it. Look at the celebration. That is absolutely superb from the home side. And they're shining the boots. I love it. Well, there it is. There it is. After the most nervy of starts, that has been a 10-minute period where the Stormers are starting to turn up the heat down in Cape Town. Ross will say, I'm Irish now, living in Ulster, being from the West Coast and SA Stormer. Nothing better than a Western Province win. Fair enough. But in fact, we've got a very big expat community. Rudolph saying, am I correct to say if the Stormers and Munsters win, the final will be in Cape Town? Correct. Correct. Arthur, if you're looking to watch the game, check out the description. We do have a guide on how you can watch the game. It's pretty straightforward as well. So there are options, and you can use the same thing to watch Munster versus Leinster, which will be after this. Hopefully you guys will all join me on that one. And you guys can't just watch the South African game and then leave me hanging for Leinster versus Munster, which should be quite a fun game as well. Levi pops the extras over, and it's 17 points to 8. The Stormers now leading. Very, very good try of this. Spotting the space, Dan Duplessis, a couple of offloads. And Marnie Liebach, who had that brilliant moment earlier where he sort of jumped in between the two rushing defenders to create that kick. Is the man that finishes it. Very, very good rugby from the Stormers. And you kind of think one more try, and they can go into half-time with a very big, not very, very big lead, but nice momentum. Dan Duplessis underneath that, not his best kick you could see by his reaction. So here comes a bit of a counter-attack. Big tackle coming in on, I think it's Carty that actually took it in there. No, it is Carty. Kim Prendergast running into Willie Engelbrecht. Let's look at some of the stats at half-time to see exactly what sort of work that was being put on display there. Ball available. Colin Blade looking for a snipe. Goes to Draven Ruan now. were very aware to the threat there, managed to jump on him. Slow ball here. Matt Katz coming in scrum half. Prendergast inside ball to Finley Beelum, who's thrown to the ground by Ruben van Heerden. But hands to pick up and go. Joe Sturber getting across and Billy Engelbert completing the tackle. And then that's a really, really silly penalty from Ruben van Heerden. Coming in from the side, clearly offside and conceding that. Silly. They've been so good and so clinical in the last sort of 10 minutes that right there is very, very poor from Ruben van Heerden. And you've got to just sort of keep those guys who's sporting a bit of a shiner there. You got to keep the pressure on. Oh dear. Well, I was singing his praises, Jack Carty, and that is a dreadful kick. He's kicked it dead. You can see as he's kicked it, he just went down. Couldn't believe it. It's the Steve Curse, eh? The Steve Curse. I was talking about the fact that he was playing so well and had so many good touches. And since then, he's dropped the ball forward and he's kicked the ball dead. So, yeah, if you want to play well, then don't let me back you. Because as soon as I say I'm impressed, people just fall apart. Yeah, Stormers faithful. Well-oiled, I believe, is probably the term. A couple of beers down there, probably more than a couple, to be fair. I mean, it's a 4 o'clock kickoff. They've probably been on the beers since at least, 12 o'clock. Surprised so many people actually made it to the game. Penalty for the Stormers at scrum time. Well, there we go. The tables are firmly turned. The first 12 minutes was all Connacht. Since then, the Stormers do seem to be gaining the ascendancy across all the various aspects of the game. Stephen Kitsoff with a bit of a laugh there. Finley being the man who was penalised for collapsing the scrum. Mighty Bach keeping his kicks very low. Trying to take that wind out. Right, 4 penalties conceded from the Stormers so far, 3 from Connacht. We're entering into the last sort of 8 minutes of the half. Joseph Dweber, they have had their line issues, the Stormers, and I think a lot of it because of the loss of Marvin Ori, who, as I said in the preview, is probably the best line operator in South Africa. And a bit of an argument here between Joseph Dweber and the assistant referee, who gave him a mark and then apparently didn't move the mark. And they pop it up there. Good line win there. History Yankees delaying the pass to Angelo Davis straight through. Angelo Davis has got the pace. He runs over another one. He's still going Angelo Davis across the Marty Leibok. Marty Leibok over for his second. I mean, Angelo Davis, take a bow. Marty Leibok, 2 tries. Angelo Davis, a try and a try assist. And those Stormers are cooking. They are absolutely cooking. Goodness me, that is good. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Look at this. I mean, it's this over here. This one just sits down on Heller, and that's absolutely brilliant. Then gets the offload away to Marty Leibok. There's nobody around him. Look at him. Look at the. I appreciate. Look at Brock Harris's reaction when he ran him over there. As a tight head prop, he can't believe. I think he's probably just surprised at how quickly he was running. Didn't believe it was possible. And on that note, I think that could be a time for another beer. Now, Marty Leibok picks up his tee immediately. It's gone straight down the middle. Stormers 24 points to 8. What an absolutely brilliant 20-minute pasture play this has been. That over there, just bang, sit down. And then you win. It's just as he's done that to immediately look for the pass. And Marty Leibok. Better questions about his form a couple of weeks ago when he was kicking pretty poorly. the last 2 weeks, he has looked much, much better. Looks back to his best, playing with so much confidence. He is the player of confidence, is my Ebook. When that confidence is high, there's very little he can't do. But if he does have a couple of bad moments, he can sometimes self-destruct a bit. Now he fires it up David Willemse. Willemse decides to go down the middle of the park. There's been a replacement, by the way. O'Halloran's been replaced after that. And Byron Ralston has come on in his place. So apparently being sat down by Andrew Davis enough. Now David Willemse down to the right-hand side, then puts in the kick in behind. That will fall out as well. Damien Willemse, by the way, a word on him. Can we just talk about the fact he's taken a bit of a hit there? That within the last 18 months, he suddenly looks like one of the best players in the world rugby at the moment. He's 25 years old. He turned 25 this week, actually. I think it was last week. He now looks like when he plays, it's just like he's just got all the time in the world. He just looks so comfortable. It's like he's playing at a different pace to everybody else. And right there, you know, spotting the space, going on the right side, then putting it to the boot and finding touch, putting Connacht back inside their own half. Jack Carty not too many options, a bit of a delayed pass to Conor Oliver. He got away from Billy Engelbrett. Good tackle coming from Joseph Weber. Oh, that's a big hit on Finley Beaton. Ben Jason Dixon, goodness me. Oh, and that ball's going to go forward as well. So we'll go back for the scrum. Now, errors creeping into the Connacht game, which we didn't see in that first 15 minutes. So, worrying sides. I'll tell you what's not going to be worrying is my supply of beer, because I bought a case earlier. So, I'm going to go get myself another one. Which is as easy as that, to be honest. I'll tell you what, putting a little bar fridge in the room, in the office, in the studio, was an absolutely brilliant idea. Lance saying, Leinster will be coming for you. Libok is on fire. We must get our home finals, says Lars Brown. Well, I suppose entirely up to the Stormers. Pierce says, how many people at the game? See, I think, tell you what, I think it could be a 45,000 plus attendance. Looks like it's very, very full. Looks like the top tiers are also filling up nicely. Carter's having a bit of a meltdown. Yeah, I mean, as I said, she starts so well, and since then, just really struggling. Speaking of struggling, I can't get my... that sound. And a little bit of... and the bubbles and a bit of smoke. I do get a little bit too excited about beer. It is a problem. I do need to probably address it, but we've got plenty of time for that. We can't be addressing problems with drinking beer during a World Cup year. I mean, come on. This is actually training. Somebody said they were having a brandy and Coke earlier, so at least I'm not alone. Yeah, this is why Carter doesn't get into Ireland squad. Always past pitch of a complete mare. Yeah, it's frustrating. As I said, his first 10 minutes, I mean, you couldn't do anything wrong. Now I can't do anything right. Now, good scrum there. Dan Duplessis firing out towards David Willemse. That looks like it's gone forward. Leon Zast, big tackle coming on him. But it was a forward pass from David Willemse, so they're going to go back for the scrum. First mistake. And what did I say? The Stevie P curse. Talking about how David Willemse at the moment just can't do anything wrong, and then he fires a forward pass. Dear. Yeah, just trying to get out too quickly with the rushing defender. Ralston was getting on there. He doesn't think it was forward. I don't think that too many people do tend to go the way of the referee if it's a marginal decision, but pretty clearly forward. Now the question is, can I bucket another one? No, I can't. That was dreadful. That was, pretty poor. There was that, back into the park last weekend and scoring on his return. Really good to see him back. Was in absolutely scintillating form last year. Has not played a lot this season, unfortunately. Right, so there'll be a scrum on the far left-hand side of the park. We're less than 2 minutes to go until half time. It is available. Prendergast goes to Blade. Carty goes short. Oh, that's a brilliant line being run by Farrell. He's pushed straight down the middle. He's got no options. He's got no support. Dan Duplessis has come in brilliantly and ball and all tackle brought him down. They're inside the 22. O'Connor. Bundy Aki was screaming for it. Really good tackle coming as well. Good intervention from now to stop the offload. Hurley Langton, they're 7 meters out. Penalty advantage as well for Connacht. They look like they want to have the final say of the half. Almost overturning, and they are over. Well, jeepers me. That's come against the run of play. It's exactly what they needed to Connacht. All comes down to that brilliant run by Farrell earlier on. It was a fantastic angle that he ran. Conor Oliver is the man who eventually goes over, throwing his hands around saying, come on, chaps, we're still in this. But this all comes down to that break over there. That is the catalyst, isn't it? That's absolutely brilliant. Gets away from Leon Zas as well pretty easily. Dan Duplessis makes a good covering tackle, but they're always scrambling here, are the Stormers. It's a good try. It's very much against the run of play. But it is a very good try. It must be said. Can't argue against that. And, I tell you what, that's important because I think if the Stormers had gone 24 points 8 up, I think that's a big mountain to climb in the second half. You're now coming out, with a 9-point deficit potentially if he is... Oh, he's done. He has done it. He started his run-up. Yeah, we saw it yesterday. I was watching a video, and he's missed the opportunity of the conversion because he started the run-up when the ball fell. Angelo Davis was intelligent from him. Very, very harsh on Jack Carty with the win conditions. But, hey, that's the letter of the law. Half-time. Well, that's actually pretty important, actually, because that now means that no conversion now puts the half-time score at 24 points to 13 as opposed to 24 points to 9. So you can see he starts his run-up. As he starts his run-up, the ball falls over. Angelo Davis, it's actually the coach who identifies it. And Angelo Davis goes and snatches it, and then they say that he started his run-up. I don't like the fact that it was the coach that noticed it. That's been annoying almost because, you kind of want the players to be sort of ones doing it. But, that's unfortunately the way it crumbles there. Should have had somebody on the ball. They know it's windy, and they paid a 2-point price for that. But anyway, we will be going to half-time here. So we will see you guys in a little bit. And please do, if you're new on you, we are almost up to 24,000. We've gained about 45 subscribers in that half alone. So please do keep subscribing. As I said, imagine we can be at 25,000 subscribers by the end of the stream. That'll be absolutely brilliant. We need 155 odd people, so we're plenty of work to do. But come and show support, and I'll see you guys after half time. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. But today's how to watch video: Stormers versus Connacht, the first of the 2022-23 at the DHL Cape Town Stadium. The good news is that both semi-finals are being shown on a free-to-air broadcaster. You can catch Stormers versus Connacht live on TG4, which is a a free panel that is available for anyone that's located in the UK and Ireland. If you're outside the territories, you can still watch the channel, but you have to use something called a VPN. Now, before we show you exactly how to watch it, and lots of people, I think I had about almost 10 or 11 people using this last week and for the first time, and talking about how the fact that it was so easy and it works to be able to watch those quarterfinals. So don't miss any of the semi-final action. First things first, you got to download a VPN, which is a virtual private network. Basically, that will geolocate your device to make it seem as if you are in a different location. And so in this circumstance, you'll be able to make it seem as if you are in the UK or Ireland. So you're going to download ExpressVPN, link in the description. That is the one we recommend using because it's tried to test and work. And it's going to look something like this. Once you downloaded it, and by the way, I recommend getting the 12-month subscription. First of all, you'll get an extra 3 months free. We also do videos on how to watch Rugby Championship and the entire Rugby World Cup on a free-to-air broadcaster. So get yourself ExpressVPN and you can watch the entire World Cup for free. Once you download it, you're going to go to that little 3 dots on the right. That's going to bring up a list of locations, and you're going to choose either Ireland or the UK. I've currently got to connect to Ireland, and then you're going to go to the link in the description to TG4, and hey presto, you literally just go there, you go and you watch it, and there it is. I've got sound going over here at the moment, some random cartoon going on. It is an Irish language channel, so the commentary will be in Irish, so we recommend just throwing it on and then coming and watching our watch along. I'll be right for both the URC semi-finals this weekend, so you can come and join me and get on all the action. If you have any questions, put them down in the comments below. Apart from that, check our description for a step-by-step guide. It's got all the links you need to be able to watch all the action live. Don't wait until kickoff to suddenly panic and not know what to do to be able to watch the game. It's really, really easy. As I said, if you have any questions, put them in the comments below. But apart from that, we will see you this weekend. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen, and I'll chat to you soon. And we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. It is a Monday. It's a pretty miserable day over here in Jovi. I think winter has almost firmly arrived. In fact, we had an absolutely ridiculous hailstorm last night. My entire bloody house flooded. So that's how much fun we're having in Johannesburg. But today we're going to have a lot more fun than what I was having last night. And we are going to be continuing our Springbok Rugby World Cup squad selection process, where you guys, the fans, are going to be choosing your Rugby World Cup squad. As you can see, we currently have 8 players on the plane to France. We've got 3 hookers and we've got 5 props. Today, we're going to be adding 4 locks to the squad. And it'll be interesting to see whether they're the exact same locks that went last time, whether we see, maybe locks in different roles, or whether we see certain locks maybe not going, maybe some other locks going. It's an interesting position in the Springboks because as a team that really enjoyed to deploy a 6-2 split, we're a team that played 4 locks throughout the entire Rugby World Cup in 2019. So in that sort of circumstance, within that sort of formula and that model, this is a very important position. And as I say, what was interesting is that last World Cup, we took 4 locks and played all of them basically the entire time. Will this be a similar sort of situation? Are we going to see is Franco Mostert, for example, considered a lock? Is he considered a loose forward these days? He's playing a lot in the number 7 jersey. The Springboks would call him a utility forward. And so it's difficult for us, to sort of really decide our sort of makeup of the squad, considering the fact that, do we consider players utility forwards? How many utility forwards do we take, for example? And how do we pull the squad up? So basically how we've been doing this is we've been sort of basing it on the 2019 Rugby World Cup squad format, and then we've got space for an extra 2 players because there are bigger squads. So as a result, basically what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing our next episode on Wednesday. That will then be our loose forwards, and at the end of that, of our loose forwards, we will then be adding an extra additional forward. As I said, it was a 31-man squad back 2019. It will be a 33-man squad in France this year. So an extra 2 spots are available. The question is, who will take those extra 2 spots, and what sort of positions will they take it as well? So in 2019, we took Lourdes Diagi, Eben Etzebeth, Franco Mostert, Archie Snyman. We then took 5 loose forwards in Dwayne Muir, Kwagga Smith, Francois Lowe, Siya Kolisi, and Peter Steph Toy. So if you look, for example, the final, the only players not involved in all the ones just mentioned over there was Kwagga Smith, actually, because Kolisi, Peter Steph Toy, and Dwayne Muir all started. Francois Lowe came off the bench. We had 2 locks starting, we had 2 locks on the bench. So it's interesting when you think we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We had 9 players across, lock and flank, and 8 of them were all involved in the final. As a Kwagga Smith, the only one that wasn't involved. And I think that he will be involved this year, to be honest, when we start to look at our final 23s. So it's an interesting decision in terms of the makeup of the squad and how we sort of go about that. The big one for me is deciding what to happen with Archie Snyman, because he has not played. He's not played for South Africa, I think, since the World Cup, potentially. And he's just because he obviously had the burn and stuff like that. So I actually don't think he has played for South Africa since the World Cup. So. We're now talking about having, I think, 6 games before the World Cup. Do we risk taking him? Do we risk taking? Do we risk him coming back into international rugby? The last time he did play for Springboks, was that World Cup final back in Yokohama. So he hasn't played an international rugby match in 4 years. He's barely played this season, and he's starting to come back and looking pretty good. He's looking a lot better, but it's taken him a long time to come back. The probably big sort of question mark over is if you take him and he breaks down, is there a viable replacement? Who is the viable replacement? And I think last year, at the end of the year, we wanted to try and see what Jason Jenkins was all about. The last couple of years, you wanted to see what Salman Murat was all about. And Salman Murat has now been injured for the entire season, so it's kind of taking him out of the running. Jason Jenkins wasn't particularly impressive at the end of the year last year, so I don't think he really did his sort of ambitions much good. Ruan Nokia has been around, but yeah, maybe it wasn't really sort of shooting the lights out. And Marvin Ory's actually become the next sort of go-to player. And the thing with Marvin Ory is that he won't let you down. He's a very solid player. He's a very good line-out operator. Gets through a lot of hard work rate, but he's nothing flair. You know, it's not Archie Stayman who can, bring in a big all-player game, for example, and really, really physical, gets over the advantage line. He's a physical freak. We're talking about a guy who, it stands at, what about 205 or something like that? 206, and weighs 117 kgs and runs around like a backline player. So he's a very unique type of player, and I think on his day, he can be one of the best locks in the world. He hasn't played a lot of rugby. He hasn't played a lot of rugby since, he's played 9 matches for Munster, and he made the move to there in 2020. So he's been there this is his third sort of season, supposedly his third season for him, and he's played 9 matches for them. That's basically all the rugby he's played post World Cup. So that sort of shows you how little rugby he has played in the last couple of years. But given how good he is he worth the risk? And that's what you guys get to decide. But before we do that, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel if you're new. Very cool news is that we are well and truly past that 24,500 subscriber mark. We're actually past the 24,750 mark, which means we are less than 250 people away from 25,000 subscribers, which is the big mark we want to get to before the international season. And I'd like to be at 30,000 subscribers before the World Cup. And during the World Cup, well, let's see, shall we? I really think that during the World Cup, we're going to absolutely fly because you guys have built up a very cool community. We have got incredible plans for the World Cup. I cannot wait to start sharing with them in the next couple of months with you guys. It's going to be a lot of fun. Right, and we are back. Second half coming up very, very shortly. And 24 points to 13 is how the match does stand. Stormers having to come back from behind and didn't start particularly well, but have very much settled into proceedings since then, and since then they haven't really looked back. And a couple of supporters are looking pretty happy with life. It's a very good comeback from them. As I said, it took a while to settle into the game. Connacht scoring just before half time, so they're giving themselves a chance. Jack Cartier with the ball that actually slipped falling over as he was in his stride, and Angelo Davis jumping on and preventing the conversion from being taken. Which to save them 2 points. So Stormers in the driving seat, but they've got to start well. I think if they score the first points, the first try of the second half, then I think that they will. They should have enough to go all the way. Is sort of my gut feel. I think that to be honest, I think that Connacht will fade a bit towards the end. I think with the travel, for example, that always kind of catches up. It's interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see sort of what how it sort of all goes by. We're going to put in the comments. The poll saying, will the Stormers hang on to win? Simple yes or no. Go and vote in the comments. As I said, please do keep subscribing to the channel as well. Because we are less than 100 people away from 25,000 subscribers. How cool! We can pop champagne, let's pop some beer or something a bit later if we can get to that today. But kickoff is underway. The restart going down the left-hand side, and it's a pretty good restart. In fact, I think it's a knock-on actually. I think it's a turnover ball for the Stormers. It is a turnover ball for the Stormers, so that's the perfect restart for them. And they're going to go back. A couple of handbags here from Ben Jason Dixon and Kian Prendergast. Weirdly enough, Joseph Draper is actually not getting involved anywhere. I think he's usually quite keen on getting involved. Kian Prendergast, the youngster, very fiery temper there. Bill Engelbrecht is often involved and is. Yeah, Bundy Aki of all people coming to calm things down a little bit. There's no real need for it. It was a bit soft, actually. Oh, that's so silly from Ben Jason Dixon. So it was a knock-on for the Stormers, and now the penalty has been reversed as a result of the action from Ben Jason Dixon. So, yeah, it's pretty stupid. I mean, he comes in and almost sort of just hits Solskjaer and Prendergast. That's so, you see, stuff like that is so silly and so inexcusable. You've got the turnover from the kickoff, perfect kickoff, then from your perspective. You've won a scrum. You'd have a scrum in the 22, but because you want to try and impose yourself or whatever, you've got to hit the guy with the shoulder on the back and to see the penalty. And now all of a sudden, Connacht have got a ball on the halfway line. Thankfully, though, for the Stormers, Connor Oliver has knocked that on. So they've gotten away with that. It'll be a Stormer scrum on the 10-meter line. But you talk about discipline in these sort of situations. You've got to be better than that. You've got to be able to rate it in. I spoke about, I think it was last week, I spoke about, when it gets to these sort of games, somebody like an Evan Ruiz really needs to watch that tempo of it, You love the aggression, you love the people who, who really like to step up the game and add some intensity, but you can't let silly moments like that affect your team. So, that's my 2 cents on it. James saying, as far as state available for the Rugby World Cup, he's currently injured at the moment, so he is currently recovering. But personally, I actually wouldn't take him. I just don't think he's going to play any rugby between now and then. I also think Dave Williams is coming in leaps and bounds, so I don't think we're overly reliant on having him there. But yeah, who are the number 10s for SA in the World Cup? We're actually going to be voting that. A free kick from the Stormers for the Stormers, by the way. Taken quickly by Hershey Yankees, goes to Mike Liebach. Liebach's fired, it's on the bounce towards Angela Davis. Angela Davis ran over one. He's handed off Mac Hansen. They're still going to Angela Davis. Packs a bit of a punch, does the small man. Almost up to 22, Hershey Yankees. Evan Ruiz, bit of a hospital pass, was a bit high there from Yankees, but Ruiz did deal with it pretty well. Slow ball here for the scrum off. Goes to Liebach. Liebach goes pretty flat for Stephen Kipps trying to get him over the advantage line. The ball's gone loose and forward. And it falls away to Heffernan. Oliver. Brought down by Billy Engelbrecht. Evan Ruiz getting over that ball. And then that's it to release it. Now Blake going to the right side. Finley beat him at first here. Bandiaki. Bandiaki. It's a good pickup. And there's a bit of space out wide here. And Ralston comes across. He's eventually brought down by Leon Zat. Current up the 10-meter line. Now Blake to Finley beat him. Beat him going direct. It's a good hit on him coming from Evan Ruiz and Francois Herber. Now Blade. Carty in behind to Farrell. Farrell. That almost looked like another good break from him. Was raining well, but I think it was Ruinell. No, Ruinell's on the right hand side. So I think Ruben van Heerden actually, man. He made that tackle earlier. Now Colin Blade. And a bit of pressure. Carty, not too many options. Has to go himself. Good tackle from Ben Jason Dixon as well as Ruben van Heerden. The two locks combining to bring down the Connacht captain and fly half. Now Blade going to the boot. Probably the right option. There's not much on. And it's a test for Liebach swirling at the above. It's a good take from him. Has got options as well. Gives to Ruin now. Gives to Jamie Bennett. Jamie Bennett going down the right hand side. Chips onto that right boot of his. And popped up pretty well for Colin Blade, who stepped inside. Got the kick eventually away, but it could be out in the full. In fact, it is out in the full. So that's a very big moment for the Stormers. Out to touch directly from Colin Blade. So they'll go back all the way to the just outside 22 for Stormers line-out. Bit of a messy start to the half of this. Right, the first 5 minutes, as I said, have been quite messy. Joseph Dweber, they had a lot of issues early in the first half. Stormers did start to get a bit better, and it's been contested and it's fallen away to Connacht. So it's a good steal there. Big tail coming on from Hershey Yankees, actually, Connor Oliver, but the turnover Boyer has to go short to Farrell. Farrell's caught by Leon Zas, but he gets away eventually. Now brought down by Hershey Yankees and Francois Herber. Now kicking behind, and Mike Liebach is retreating. Not too many options. Decides to go on the right to Dan Duplessis. Dan Duplessis going to Angela Davis. Angela Davis stepping inside, stepping away from two. Can he get away from one? Getting away up to 10-meter line is really, really impressive. He's been very good since the end of the day. It's one of the better games I've watched him play, definitely. Hirschianki's back to Moini, not the best pass, Moini, but just chipping us down to the middle of the... And Matt Hansen is there. Matt Hansen looking to get up towards a run. Wants to chip and chase, not the best chip. Ball straight into the hands of Ruan now. He offloads to Hirschianki, and then swings it out to Damien Willemser. Damien Willemser stepping inside and turning and twisting. He's still going, Damien Willemser, and he's got the offload away to Leland Zass. Leland Zass has got Ruan now on the outside. Pops it up to Hirschianki. Hirschianki's inside to Billy Engelbrecht, and it's got straight to Ruben van Heerden. That's a great pickup from him. This is the offloads. The offloads. And that's so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate. It was so well played, and then an accidental obstruction. That was brilliant from the Stormers, though. I mean, the handling on display there. John Dobson not looking particularly impressed. He never does, good old John. But the handling on display there was absolutely brilliant. I mean, Ruben van Heerden, the ball wasn't supposed to go to him. Joseph Dreber, nice little pop into Hirschianki, gets us after the tackle to Damien Willemser, and then just steps in behind Mani Liebach. To be honest, Carty had no intention of tackling. He basically just sort of dropped the shoulder to try and bear the hit. But yeah, running in behind him, conceding the penalty. Should actually get a bit of treatment. I'll tell you what, he's been once again very, very good. Alright, so penalty for Connacht. Party needs to find a good clearance. And he won't try and touch inside Stormers territory, just inside Connacht half. Literally almost on the halfway line. So the poll we're asking is, will Stormers hang on to win? 92% so far of 178 votes saying yes, they will. It's in fact, it's on the halfway line. A reminder that after this game, we'll be moving straight into Leinster versus Munster. That game kicks off in just under an hour and a half. Should be quite a fun game to watch as well. Stormers do contest, but it's a good line win there. Conor Blake goes to Jack Carty, goes pretty short to Conor Oliver. Mike Liebach and Billy Engelbrecht making the tackle there. Liebach stuck at the bottom there. Now Blade to Ken Prendergast. Ruben van Heerden up to the task. Good tackle from him. He's been a really good acquisition for the Stormers. Back in the pocket is Carty. Goes to the left-hand side. And he's turned Damien Willemser. He's happy to just watch it. If it's still going, it's going all the way. Poor Carty just really hasn't had a good final, last 25 minutes, really. And that ball's gone dead. It's going to come all the way back where he kicked it. I think he can't believe it. Change here for Connacht as Oisin Darling turns onto the park. Trying to work out who he's come on for. And it's Murray, I think, who's gone past. Yeah, so now Murray has left the park, number 5, so he's been replaced by Dowling. So 2 subs on for Connacht. Byron Ralston as well was on for O'Halloran. Right, so scrum here, just past the 10-meter line inside Connacht half. Pretty central. It doesn't get much more central than this. And that's going to be a reset here. Hirschianki is ready to go quickly. Almost there, as we're near the 50-minute mark, just over half an hour still to play. As I said, for me, for the Storm, it's important for them to score first. I think if they score the first point, I don't see how Connacht can really come back. They get that lead to like 31 points to 13, and I think that's pretty much game done. And then we move to see where the final will be. Will Munster be able to upset Leinster, as I'm sure all the Stormers fans will be hoping, or will Leinster, who have rotated quite a lot, still have too much in the tank, and get themselves a home final, which will be in 2 weeks' time. Next weekend, European Champions Cup final, Heineken Cup. will be determined. Pretty solid scrum there available for Herschel Yankees in the back. Goes on the right-hand side, fires it to Dan Duplessis, but slightly behind him. Dan Duplessis, the kick. Oh, that's put it up perfectly for Angelo Davids. Steps inside, delays the pass to Herschel Yankees, goes to Damien Willemse. Damien Willemse going to Monty Liebach. Oh, no, it's intercepted by Farrell. It's an important interception. You know, the type of player where Stormers are so lethal when you get to broken play and lots of space around there, that's where the Stormers are so good. Now Blade, that's not gone particularly fast. It's going to be very contestable. And it's been really well taken from Leland Zas, who then wrapped up. David Williams, the unit scrum off. Ball was out, so a lot of kind of players going in quite quickly. Now Herschel Yankees going to Marty Liebach. Down to the seed. Kick pass toward, that's dreadful. That is absolutely dreadful. Not entirely sure what the thinking was there from Dan Duplessis. Not too many options, so he decided to go to the kick pass, and I think he very quickly realised why he is not in the fly-off channel. John Dobson barking into the radio. I don't think he was particularly happy with that either. So it'll be a Connacht lineup. It's a bit like the first half, really. It's been quite sloppy from both teams in the opening 10 minutes. Not too much that's really gone to plan and not been particularly clinical. Connacht, and it's a bit of a fumble from the line. It does pull back to Colin Blade. So this is what I'm saying. Very, very scrappy so far in the first 10 minutes. Now Josh Murphy. Just inside their own half. Carty going pretty flat. But we're now a bit further back inside their own half. Not in too much territory. Now Jack Carty goes high, and it's been bounced out of the forward off of Angelo Davis to Bundy Aki. Bundy Aki, barely seen him with ball in hand. Still goes Bundy Aki. Inside ball to Colin Blade, and he knocks it forward. So we'll go back, and they might have a look at this Ben Jason Dixon tackle on Jack Carty. Looked slightly late. At this stage, they're going back for the knock-on from Angelo Davids. So it'll restart with a scrum on the Stormers 10-metre line now. So Connacht are slowly and surely sort of moving up the park. But still very scrappy from both sides. Hello Hugh, hope you're well. Nice to see you back in the chat. When is half-time over? It's been over for quite a while, chap. We're 50 minutes in. In fact, my clock's a little bit delayed over here, which is interesting. So that'll catch up quite quickly. The data provider there, I think, just slightly behind. It's actually 52 minutes so far, but the scoreboard, however, is correct. Pretty big scrum in the course to use the Kim Prendergast. Ball over the top to put Blade on the bounce. Herschel Young is making an absolute nuisance of himself. Really good work there from the Stormers scrum off. A ball out wide, rush defense of David Williams. The ball goes to Matt Hansen. Got a bit of space out wide. Matt Hansen comes inside. Good tackle coming from Herschel Yankees. Now going to the right hand side. Bundy Aki. Bundy Aki decides to go himself. Ben Jason Dixon hanging on. Stephen Kipps trying to get over that ball. Much better this from Connacht. Curly Langton popping it up to Carty, giving it away to Farrell. Ronell completing the tackle. Going on the right hand side once again. It's the new replacement there. Sheen Darling. Good tackle from Joseph Dweber. Now Ken Prendergast. Tackle by his opposite number as well as Frans Maherba. Jack Carty going himself. Penalty advantage tackle off the ball. It's a bit of a free roll of the dice here for Connacht, who are looking a lot more confident with ball in hand. Matt Hansen. Tackle is called, so they have to release. Just outside 22 on the left-hand side, Jar Connacht. And they're going to go back for the penalty. Interesting decision here. They trail by 11 points. And so, you know, if you kick a G, you know, you get yourself down to 8 points. If they're trailing by 9, the kicking for me would be the right option. But you can see Finley Beelum was running the dummy line. He's been hit hard in the tackle by Ben Jason Dixon, and I think it was Ruben van Villiers as well. So they are going to take the 3 points, which I think is probably the right decision. No, they aren't. They're going to the left-hand. They're going to the left-hand touchline. I think at this stage, I think points up. I would have been very tempted to have gone with the points. Haven't really looked like scoring in the opening 30 minutes. Both lines they have been a bit scrappy. 24 points to 16 puts you 8 points behind. Yes, it's more than a converted try, but there are still 25 minutes left in the game. So, another penalty and you get yourself, within 5 points. Then all of a sudden, you don't even need a converted try. You need 8 try to level things, converted try to win. But, they have managed to keep possession of the line, but they have lost a couple of yards. So, well defended so far from the Stormers. Now, Connor Oliver. And they're trying to hold him up. And the ball's come loose. And then knocked on by Evan Lewis. I think the first knock on they're coming from Connacht. So I think this should be turnover ball. Yeah, first knock on. So it will be a Stormers. And that's why I said I would have gone for the 3. Because they haven't been particularly accurate. Take your 3 points. Restart. Keep building. Take your 3 points again if you can. Now they tried to go for the full Monty and they knocked it on and gifted this run back to the Stormers. So you can now clear their lines with 25 minutes to go. No, it's actually a Connacht scrum, so not all lost at the moment. So I think they're judging that the ball from Blade went sideways. Just, yeah. 6-1 off doesn't the other, to be honest. Pretty close. They dominated possession, they dominated territory, but the Stormers' defense so far has been pretty good. I'd love to go see some of the stats here. Let me see if I can pull up a couple as well. Yeah, look at the tackles being made here. Stormers having to make 143. Connacht having to make just 41 at the moment. Connacht tackle success, by the way, is 44%. Free kick, though, quickly taken by Ken Prendergast, but not on the mark, so they'll have to come back. 44%! That must be wrong. You're telling me that Connacht have missed 23 of 41 tackles. If that is correct, that is the most shambolic defensive effort I've ever seen. Meanwhile, the Stormers have made 84% tackles, 120 by 143. I mean, it's pretty poor reading this. Goal kick success, 33% for Connacht. Scrum success, 80%. But they have dominated territory and they have dominated possession. Interesting. Very, very interesting. And another reset. Time off is the call from the referee. You're going to have a couple of words here. A couple of resets here. I hate a reset scrum. Those who watch me know that I absolutely hate a reset scrum. Such a waste of time. Come on, let's get this going. Let's get this going. Let's get this going. You're wasting my time, you referee. You're wasting my time. 23 minutes to go. 24 points to 13. The scoreline. Been a pretty sloppy second half, it must be said, so far. So hopefully things will start to improve quite quickly because at the moment it's pretty boring compared to the first half action that we did see. I mean, we saw 15 points in the first 15 minutes. We've yet to see a single point so far in the second half. So I'm saying a bit boring at the moment. We need to, you need somebody needs to try and step things up a bit, yeah. Big scrum coming from the Stormers. But all available though. Blade goes short to Kudu Bundy-Aki. Met in the tackle by Dan Dubussy and Mike Liebach. Colin Blade now popping up to Sheen Darling. Ben Jason Dixon working hard on the defense there once again. Now Heffernan. Good carry from him up towards the 5 meter line. Do Connacht go. Darling once again. Play going to Connor Oliver. Big tackle from Joseph Dweber. They go to the short side. Farrell. Oh, I tell you what, I think if he had given the inside ball, he could have been over. Penalty advantage here for Connacht. Ken Prendergast going himself. Much better from the away side. Pick up and go from Dennis Buckley. Play popping up to, I think it's Finley Beelum. Well, Murphy wasn't expecting that, but he does carry it in, and they do retain in possession. Hurley Langton, pick up and go. Second go at the... Is he over? Is he over? He is over. Well, I tell you what. Bit of a comeback this now from Connacht. Stormers players can't believe it, but the try has been awarded. And Seamus Hurley Langton, I thought, was absolutely brilliant last week. Gets the first point of the second half. There was a penalty advantage anyway. You kind of feel this pressure's been coming. You can't defend for the entire game. You've got to get your hands on the ball here to the Stormers. And they've been working hard. I mean, they've been parked out here for the last about 10 minutes. So it's been really hard slog. Stormers don't believe it's over. I tell you what, that does look a bit short. And you can hear the Stormers faithful not particularly happy with this. So the referee saw grounding. He comes in here. You can see he comes in here, has a look, and then awards it. If you look at the other angle, though, they are having a look at it. So this might yet not be awarded. That try will stand. Interesting. I think the decision was on-field try, and they had to find a reason not to award the try, if I heard correctly. I can't really hear the commentary at the moment, and the referee is all very soft. But Connacht now with an opportunity to kick themselves within 4 points. Well, this could be a bit of a comeback here. Storm was a little bit reminiscent of the first half, not starting particularly well. An important kick here, 6-point margin. Goes down to a 4-point margin. Right, one try and Connacht will lead. A very important passage to play coming from the Stormers. They have to score next. Have to score next. Here it's saying everybody has to learn to do what Leinster do, manage the ball and time carefully, take your scores when they're there. No longer saying attack about it ever looked dodgy. Yeah, I think if we look back, I think you'll probably find I think the tackler did slip a little bit into it. It did look it was a bit it was quite a big hit. Ken Prendergast getting some tape on his head. Yeah, I do think there was a slight dip there from the ball carrier. We didn't have a replay of it, so we won't be able to see. But he has been replaced, by the way, as Joseph Dweber, as has France Moherbe. So Joseph Dweber off the park at the hour mark. Stephen Kitsoff, we know that they don't like to sub him. Deep restart and Farrell underneath it. Leland Zast there. Right, 20 minutes to go. 4-point game, 24-20. It's quite exciting. If nothing else. And we asked earlier if the Stormers can hang on to win, and 93% people saying that it will. Now Willemse, oh dear, has he been hit there? The crowd thinks so, and the referee agrees. That's a big moment. Today, Willemse is down. He's been pretty hard. I think he's winded. You can see, it looks exactly what has happened to him. Tackle out the ball there. He goes up. He's taken 2 or 3 steps, and yeah, it's pretty stupid from Hurley Langton, who's gone into the air, had no chance of trying to really sort of charge it down. He's quite far away, and then he can't change his angle, so as he comes down, hammers into Damien Willemse. So it's a penalty where the ball landed. It's a great kick from Ryan Liebach. He's put them on the 5-meter line. Now, if Stormers can hit back, then this could be a big moment in the game. It kind of sort of deflates Connacht, who've done very well to get themselves back into this. Right, JJ Kotzer, very good line operator. His first duty is just to get this ball in. That's the main thing. Then the question is, do the Stormers have the physicality? The ball's gone over the top, though, and it's fallen back to Jack Carty. Well, as I said, the Stevie P curse continues. Talked about how good JJ Kotzer was. He's hammered it, fired it straight over the line out. So it's turnover ball here for Connacht. Stormers just not clicking at the moment in the second half. Bandiaki in at scrum half. It's a terrible pass. And Carty under pressure needs to find a good clearance. Doesn't find clearance. But the ball's gone all the way back toward the 22. And Hershey Yankees actually left that behind. Now Damian Willemse is going to kick and chase himself. And he's taking Carty out in the air. That's really, really, really silly. Yeah, he apologizes immediately. Penalty against Damian Willemse. The Stormers are looking rattled at the moment. Very, very rattled. Stormer supporters not particularly happy. And it looks like we're having issues with our scoreboard. I bloody hate... I mean, what is the point of having a freaking data provider if they can't get the sodding things right? It's been fine the entire bloody season. Gets to a semi-final, and then you've got issues. So we will try and... we'll busy try and find a manual scoreboard in a second. Right, so Stormers now having to defend the line up there. I'm just been trying to sort out a manual scoreboard. It'll be up in a second. But I think the Stormers have come through and managed to get their arms over that ball. Or is it available for Colin Blade? Right, that is current score, 24 points to 20. Hopefully our automatic scoreboard will cover. There's a bit of space on the left-hand side here for Mac Hansen. Mac Hansen stepping back inside. Connacht full of energy all of a sudden. Trailing by 4 points. Hit for none. Oh, that's forward. Yeah, and it is picked up. Pretty silly mistake, that. And I'll tell you what, the Stormers just haven't come out and pitched up at the moment. Interesting, because we thought that with the travelling that Connacht would probably fade a little bit in the second half. But at the moment, Stormers just haven't arrived. Well, how's that? 5 subs have just walked on for Connacht. That's an all-new front row. Looks like Kieran Marmion as well. I think Jared Butler is there as well. Which means the only person they didn't put on in that segment was, I think, Tom Daly. That's very interesting to see. I mean, talk about, adding energy. They just offloaded the bench. They brought on 5 subs then. 6 subs, I think, actually. So, brand new front row here for Connacht. Stormers, the only subs they've made is JJ Kotzer and Francois and, Needling Bashir. So, Paul de Vet come on. I'm not so sure about that decision. Not that sure about that decision. And I think of how well Hershey Yankees was playing. I think I would have left him on. I remain unconvinced by Paul de Vet, to be brutally honest. The time is 63 minutes, by the way. I'm hopefully trying to see our data feed starting to work a bit. Penalty advantage for the Stormers. Everyone else picks up and goes. Try to give it away to Damian Willemse, who is okay. But they do have a penalty advantage. Although eventually goes Paul de Vet to Netley Bashir. Pretty sure Stormers will take the penalty here, to be honest. Paul de Vet now going to Moyni Libok. Dan Dubussy fires a long pass out wide to Ruan Nal. Now, there's plenty of space. Ruan Nal gives it away to Leon Zas. Leon Zas has got space. He's got him on the inside of Paul de Vet. He gives it away to Paul de Vet. Has he got the pace? Paul de Vet's going to go all the way. As I said, the DVP curse, end-to-end stuff, coast to coast from the Stormers. They needed it the most. They were under pressure. Paul de Vet has just come on and he's got under the poles. Well, that is what they needed. That is so much what they needed. Ruan now there does very well, and the support play is so good. That is a big moment in the game. I think that will knock the wind out of the sails of Connacht a little bit, who've been playing so well, really coming back. That's really well done by Ruan now, bringing in 2 defenders, creating that space for Leon Zas, who just holds onto the ball right up until the end and gives it into Paul DeVet. John Dobson, what the? That says it all, doesn't it? That says it all. And he's having to have a bit of a walkout, cheers, John Dobson. I mean, his blood pressure must be absolutely dreadful. And the conversion is good for Mighty Buck, 31 points to 20. A bit of a space now between the Stormers and the rest. Well, so that's an important moment, I said. So it's up to 31 points to 20, 11-point gap. Right. Yeah, time. Right, Stormers with regained the kick off, but Dane Bennett not looking to kick here. Goes outside of my level. He eventually does go to the boot. And he's just found a perfect clearance. It's bounced just inside the field. That's absolutely brilliant. He's barking some instructions out wide. I'm not sure to who. He wasn't particularly impressed. But that's a really good clearance coming from Marnie Leibach. Oh, a bit of a scrappy line up there, but eventually it does come down and Connacht do retain it. They're just inside their own half with 13 minutes to go. Try and get our manual clock going as well. So give me a second and we can get that going. There we go. It is still within time, so yeah, his clock hasn't gone red yet. Right, turn it and penalty now coming for Connacht. I think it's against Damien Willemse. He said he's the first rugby attack. But important moment there, Connacht with a penalty. Thomas to go, Jack Carter, the captain, needs to find a good clearance. Did kick it dead earlier, so I think that he had that in his mind. It was a good turnover here initially. Damien Willemse gets over the ball. And then goes off his feet as he turns it over, I think is the issue. So it's I think playing on the ground is the final call there. So they do find touch halfway between the 10-meter and the 22. So a bit of a scrappy lineup, but Terry Langston does take it in. Now goes out to Bandiaki. Bandiaki hands away Monty Bok. Then runs to Billy Engelbrecht. They're trying to hold him up, but he does get his knee down to the ground, so the call is to release. Billy Engelbrecht is trying to roll away. The ball is available for Marmion. Butler. Ball out over the top towards Ralston. Comes inside. Then Vince making the tackle. Ruan now trying to get over it, but Matt Hansen does well at the breakdown there. Inside ball to Ken Prendergast. Available to Marmion. Bit of space out wide there. They want to use it, but they decide to keep it within the forwards. Marmion inside ball to Matt Hansen. He made the call, but the space quickly closed up. Now Carty, Leibach's coming up quickly, and the ball's gone loose. Angela Davis kicked it ahead. Is it going to stay in? Well, I think Porch has actually lost that forward. Backwards is the call. The Stormers players can't believe it. But all the way back inside their own half. That's the main thing the Stormers should focus on. Just keeping them over here. Keeping them in their own half. Dominating the territory. Matt Hansen. Good tackle coming from Engelbrecht. I've been very impressed with him today. His work rate's been absolutely brilliant. Evan Hurst now making that tackle. I'm very keen to see what the tackle stats will look like after this game. Stormers have had to do so much work. They go out towards Bandiaki. Angelo Davis has to get across. Does make the tackle. Almost up to the halfway line here. Connacht. Good tackle coming from Anthony Machia. Ruben van Heerden as well getting involved. Matt Hansen, first receiver. Tony Martin carrying it up. Rush defense, Leon Zas cutting the legs out of Farrell. He gets the offload away to Ken Prendergast. But I think he was held there. So it's a Stormers penalty here. Very, very good work from Leon Zas, who did hold on to Farrell, and then Farrell got up. I wondered about that. So it's a good call from the referee. See, Leon Zas makes the tackle. He's still holding on to him when Farrell then gets up to his feet and gets the offload away. Last 10 minutes, and they are going to be taking the points here, our Stormers. Whilst we have a break in play, people, we are less than 120 people away from 25,000 subscribers, so I think there are quite a few new faces that I'm seeing in the chat and stuff like that, so please do keep subscribing. Right, my Ebok, this is a very, very important pick this with 9 minutes to go. This to make it a 14-point lead. Right up towards the end of the penalty clock, and that's a dreadful kick, it must be said. Absolutely dreadful kick from Ebok. It's pulled well left. He's eaten up 90 seconds, which is probably the main thing. But the scoreline remains 31 points to 20. And Connacht will have to restart here. I think that's Tom Daly who's come onto the park. So it looks like Jack Carty has left. Williams under the restart, giving it inside to Evan Rhodes. Oh, he's hit hard in that tackle there as well. Ben Jason Dixon. Popping into Hitley Bashir, who did pretty well to hold on to it. He then getting away from Paul de Vere. Paul de Vere fires a long pass out Dan Duplessis. Dan Duplessis running back on the angle. Popping into Martin Ebok. Martin Ebok wants to chip a chase himself. Not sure that's the right option. Just keep ball in hand here, people. Why wouldn't you? Now Farrell working hard to get over the advantage line. Connacht on the halfway line. And Stephen Kitzel coming offside there. Just a bit nervy here from the Stormers. Just need to remain calm a bit. They've done all the hard work. They've created that 11-point gap. They now just need to try and eat. Now it's about game management. You've got the lead there. It was an important kick. And mind you, about missing that, it's not ideal. But they've still got an 11-point lead. So just manage the game. You know, that's a massive hit. That is an absolutely huge hit on Evan Roos. And you can just see over here, just coming offside, there was the call. Stephen Kitsoff thinking he was out, but clearly not. Oh dear, that's a hash of it. It's gone straight over the top, and Jacob Cotter. Oh, cheap as me! And he's just run over Tom Daly there. So turnover ball. Now Dan Duplessis going through the hand here. David Willemser just hammers it to the boot. And Porter will return the favour. I tell you what. Damien Willemser can't believe it. He knows he's messed up. John Porch has put in an absolutely brilliant 50-22. Damien Willemser, was coming inside. He's been absolutely, completely wrong-footed there. And again, a kick in behind from Damien Willemser, I don't think was the right option. If you're going to go to the boot, you've got to make sure you find touch. You know, if he hammered that towards the touch and found touch, cool. But to kick it in behind, keep it in field, all of a sudden a brilliant kick from John Porch. And they now find themselves the line out about 50 meters out. Evan Roos being replaced, and this is I think it's Connor Evans who's onto the park. Very interesting to see that he's been backed. Very young players, Connor Evans. You can see the long blonde hair. Martin Ebok not very happy. He's shouting a lot of different people and stuff like that. Much better line there from Connacht there. And a sack not good, so penalty advantage. Good hands. Long pass out wide. And Ralston's going to go into the corner. Ralston into the corner. Connacht score. With 6 minutes to go, the game is not over yet. Big kick to come. It's a 6-point margin. Lots of space out wide. And it's the place for Byron Ralston that goes over in the corner. Good hands. And then that's this pass coming from Mac Hansen. Fires it out wide. Ralston's got a lot of space, and he runs it in very easily. Late drama, Tom Daly. This is an important kick. This to bring it within the try. The 6-point lead at the moment. A converted try would do it for Connacht. If this goes over, then it's right up against the touchline. And that's a horrible kick from Daly. That's gone well wide. And it looks like our scoreboard has started to work again. So I'm just going to quickly move over to the data feed. All right, here we go. Less than 5 minutes on the clock. Can the Stormers hold on? They're making a bit of a hash of it, if you ask me. Player of rugby here, but a couple of, I think, poor decisions from the Stormers. Got to keep ball in hand. Got to play the territory game. That kicking behind from Damien Willemse was not the right option. And John Porch put in a brilliant 50-22. I'll tell you what, if Connacht were to go win this game, I would look at that 50-22 as probably the key moment they wanted for them. You know, under not much going on for them. In fact, you know, under a bit of pressure, all of a sudden you put them on 15 meters out and off the back of the line out, you then score. Malibok going pretty deep. In fact, it's outside 22. Farrell underneath it. And Stormers with just over 4 minutes to go. Just got to control things here. Just have to control things. Tom Daly going down the middle of the park. Malibok. Willemse says, put it high in the air and let me chase. It's just outside 22. Willemse is working really hard. It will be a penalty against Damien Willemse. Actually, it's a mark that's been called. Very, very good take there in the end from Porch. He decided to start playing. But not the worst option there. Take it quickly, and now they're going to hammer it down. Jamari Liebach. Will he go back to the option? He does put it in the air. Achieva Diamani's decided to chase. Not too many. Oh, dear. It's gone straight off Porch and been turned over. Diamani's going away with it. Diamani looking for support. Oh, is it going to go to someone? And it does. It goes to... And I think that's Marcel Tennyson who's just walked on. Game, set, and match. That is it for the Stormers. That'll be it. That'll be it. Broken play, and that's what the Stormers do so well. They go over. Marcel Tennyson who's just come on. Brilliant work from them, and that should be enough for the Stormers. And Tom Daly, yeah, I mean, this is over here. As he goes up, bang, straight off his chest forward. Diamani's there, picks it up. He's just, I mean, he's relentless. Look, and he's looking for that offload. Just throws it off to the wide. Master Tennis is there. The favorable ball, the bounce popped up for him perfectly. And that'll be it. That should be it. With less than 2.5 minutes to go, Liebach has an opportunity to try and make this a 13-point game. This should be game over. And then we'll be live again in about a half an hour. Well, in fact, the stream was already live, so you guys can go and hang out there. But Leinster versus Munster. Come on, Stormers fans, come and see who you're going to play. Do some research. Come and join me on the next Watchalong. And as we find out who the Stormers will be facing in the final, back-to-back URC finals for the Stormers. What a performance has been. I think a lot of lessons learned from a game management perspective. Liebach, an important kick this. He's gone towards the right. He's going to come back inside. It's not. It's going to go down the right-hand side. So the last two kicks from Liebach have not been great. John Dobson still looks very stressed, as he always does. But an individual area there, I think, is going to be the difference. $36 points to 25. Less than 2 minutes on the clock. John Duplessis onto the park for the final sort of 90 seconds. They go short, and it's a penalty for the Stormers, actually, so that is very good for them. As Dave's getting a bit of treatment, Marty Block is going to hammer this into touch. So I assume that means that John Duplessis probably came on for Damien Willemse. Yep, the Stormers faithful's up in the air. Mr. Bettina blares out over the speakers. Back-to-back URC finals for the Stormers. The question is, will it be in Cape Town or will it be in Dublin? As I said, that game's starting at 6:30. Please do come join me on the stream. Let's go and find out who the Stormers will be playing. People, it's been a lot of fun here on the Watchalong. Thank you very much, everybody, for jumping in and getting involved. JJ Kotzer does feed it. It's a bit of a messy line out. It'll fall back to Paul de Vet. 30 seconds on the clock, probably about 2 or 3 phases. And they'll be able to kick this out. And that should be it. Leibach going down the right hand side. Favorable bounce to Chiba Diamond. Oh no! My goodness, you stop it! Stop it! Hachiba Diamani, that is, look at it. I mean, Stephen Kitzel can just laugh, but Hachiba Diamani, that is absolutely filthy. Filthy, filthy, filthy. Goodness me, that is good. Well, the Stormers finished with a bang. 41 points with the kick to come. Sasha Faber and Gomezulu on, but Hachiba Diamani, goodness me. This is ridiculous. This offload is ridiculous. Oh my goodness me. Oh my goodness me. You shouldn't be allowed to be doing that. That should be illegal in certain countries. So around the back offload from Diamond. Straight into the hands of Ruin now. Chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. Goodness me, that is good. Right, Nebok. You missed a couple. Let's see if you can nail the last one. 41 points to 25. What will be the final score? Will it be 43 points to 25? In the end, the Stormers were definitely the better side. They did make life a bit difficult for themselves. It's gone straight over the middle. Stormers march on into the final. Connacht, they were brave. They didn't go away. They tried hard, but in the end, there was going to only be one winner, and it is the Stormers. They move on to the final. Where will it be? We'll find out very soon. Thank you very much for joining me, and we'll see you guys all very soon. And yeah, on the way out, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Again, this is going to redirect you to the Leinster Munster stream. So I'll catch up with you guys over there very soon. And yeah, we are about 100 people, just over 100 people away from 25,000 subscribers. So please do subscribe on the way out, and let's see if we can get to 25,000 subscribers by the end of the weekend. Thank you very much, people. I'll see you guys next time.